fireworks? Dude! You gotta be kidding me. I know, Hellfish. Those fireworks are awfully low to the ground.
But
no, come back. Fireworks. Yeah, those fireworks are really low to the ground, man. 10 years fireworks. That's cool. That's cool. It's not about why, it's about why not. I mean, there was ways to make fireworks in Kerbal before this. It usually involved a lot of Separatrons and yeah, there were ways to do it, or a dart if self burn. I get God, that hurt to say. That hurt. I'm not gonna lie. That's cool. Launch velocity. Ah, this is neat. Freaking fireworks mortars. Jeb is a firework. Like a cool. Neat. It's to celebrate 10 years of KSP. That's cool. Cool little supplemental edition right there. I don't think that's going to affect the gameplay in any way, shape, or form. It's just a cool thing to have. It's like when they did the soccer ball for the World Cup. There was an old patch for KSP, and they released a soccer ball or a football as a part for a to celebrate the World Cup. Like this was like 8 or 9 years ago, which was pretty cool. One patch. I don't know, dude. I seriously have no idea. I think if I had to guess, it's probably sometime this month, but I don't know when. Sorry, I'm just putting my Kerbals away. Fireworks in space. Last. Okay, what's up, Tessa? Can you imagine having a Cal controlled? Yeah. Yeah, I can actually, yeah. I remember when I was a wee child. I mean, I'm annoyed I have to wait a week to see more new stuff. I'd rather see anything except that. I mean, you guys don't like it? Really? Fighter jets could have legit flares now. Oh, that's cool. I like that, Panta. Indifferent? I play RO, so updates don't matter. Okay. If the force is applied to the attached craft, you can make them as an engine. Yep. Honestly, not really. Interesting. I mean, they're cool. I mean, it's cool. People want useful things. I mean, they did it for the 10-year anniversary, guys. Like, I'm sure this didn't take too long to make. Probably took them about a week. I'm pretty sure this is just one small piece, you know? Comparatively to, like, the ground anchoring system, which really probably took a while to get right. You gotta remember, this... 1.12 is not just centered around this, you know what I mean? It's not centered around exactly, you know, fireworks. This is just a cool addition. I think it's neat. I mean, I don't know what I'm going to use them for, but I'm sure we'll find a way to abuse this. I'm sure I'll find a way to abuse it and break the game. I mean, like flares. Flares, for instance, on the back of an airplane, oh yeah, we're gonna test that. That's a good idea. But cables and winches, you could celebrate hitting a deadline. Yeah. Yeah, for the 10-year anniversary, that's cool. That's a cool little supplemental edition. I mean, I doubt that this was the thing that Max teased me freaking when I was with him in on Nathan Kell's stream. I doubt that freaking he said something like, "Oh, there's something else that's coming out in this patch that you'll find very useful." I don't think it was the fireworks forlorn. You think they will ever add automated descent profiles and staging, maybe as a taste of what's coming in KSP 2? I think the beauty of KSP is that you have to fly the craft, Brahms. If they do add guidance systems, it should be some late game thing. Because, well, most rockets don't fly manually. I'm pretty sure, I forget. I have too much information floating around up here. I forget if I think the Saturn V was flown manually into space one time, I think. Maybe I dreamt that. It doesn't matter. Excuse me. But, I mean, most rockets in real life are automatic. They fly automatically into space, right? But, I mean, the fun of Kerbal is that you fly the rocket. That's the fun of it. So you fly it so you can understand how it's working. And while that's not realistic to real life, yeah, I think guidance systems would be good as a late game. With that being said, there's also ways to make guidance systems nowadays. I can make stuff fly automatically into space, no problem. The problem is, it's no problem. I could get it into space. The thing is that when you have a launch vehicle that's designed for different masses of payload, flying the exact same ascent profile every time is going to net you a different orbit every time because of payload mass, because you're changing mass fractions on the rocket by adding more dry mass, i.e. payload, right? So you could figure out a way to compensate for that. That would be some pretty hard math, and that's at that point with the way building guidance systems in stock KSP, building a mechanical guidance system, at that point you might as well just go get KRPC and then code a guidance system in Python. It would be better. It would be more efficient that way. I know it was flown by a digital computer, Prey. I understand that, but I'm pretty sure for some reason I'm recalling somebody flying a rocket manually into space one time. I forget if it was the Saturn V or not, or if it ever happened, or if I dreamt it. I'll be honest. So take it for what it's worth. I mean, I'd invite somebody to go fact check me on that. Was the shuttle ever flown manually? During re-entry, T-Man, yeah. Joe Angle and Richard Truly manually re-entered a shuttle. Oh yeah, it's been done. They had to test it somehow. They had to test manual re-entry somehow. They did it on STS-2. Space Dreams, a realm unto itself. My Space Dreams are crazy, dude. They're weird. Weird Space Dreams. The Apollo astronauts have the option to fly by wire in the event of a guidance failure. Yeah, maybe that's what I'm remembering, Prey. So, Novus, what are you saying there? NASA's doing an info thing on 2 new planned Venus missions. Those are good missions, dude. And I guess they were only supposed to choose 1, but they ended up choosing 2 of the Discovery missions, which is neat. You can manually dock most craft to the ISS biz if you need to. I don't think they've ever done a manual docking yet, but they could. Also, on most flights, the pilot would get to take the controls and fly the HAC. Then the command would land manually. Yep. They always choose 2 Discovery missions? Oh, cool. Nice. Sweet. Alright. Yeah. So, fireworks. That's pretty cool. Alright, let's load up KSP and go. So, I made a critical miscalculation with scaling. Last time a manual docking was tried, it went perfect. No, we don't. Yeah, no, it's fine. However, Sawyer, we know that the shuttle didn't have an automatic docking system in it, right? They center. That was manual docking to the station, if I'm remembering correctly. Center. Watch a VOD yesterday. The reason they didn't talk about HLS in the state of NASA is likely because of the blackout period from the protests. Novus, I'm still gonna die on that hill. That's a weak selling point starting like that. But once again, I mean, I don't want to talk about it, dude. People get way too touchy about it. All right, let's get the tunage going. So we have some decisions to make. I mean, Jake, I think that they could have made the shuttle dock and land automatically, but why if you're going to move people every time? You know, the Russians made Buran fly autonomously, which is pretty cool. But if you think about it, like, don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to downplay that feat. That's an amazing feat of engineering, right? Making something re-enter automatically from space. But I know that they could have made the shuttle do that. It would have required hot wiring a lot of things. You could do that. It was more remote control than autopilot, from what I understand. I read something about the shuttle being able to be rigged to land by itself. But when you think about it, manual docking and, like, okay, the shuttle's supposed to be an airplane, right? That would be like having an F-18 have an automatic refueling system. That doesn't really make sense. Why have an automatic refueling system? The pilot's right there. You have literally one of the best guidance computers around right here, right? Why do you need another one? You know what I mean? So, like, a lot of people say, oh, Buran could land automatically, so it's a better shuttle. And don't get me wrong, landing automatically is still really cool. But why? You know what I mean? Why? Why would you have that? There's people aboard. And, you know, I know nowadays it would probably make more sense to do that, right? But in the 70s, guidance systems weren't nearly as advanced as they were now when the shuttle was designed, right? So it didn't make sense to have an automatic landing system. Redundancy? Yeah, that's why there's two pilots, Flash Wolf. Remember, plane that flies into space. Yes, but people pass out and die. I hope not during a shuttle re-entry. It's annoying, Novus, but hey. Computer-assisted landing makes sense. Well, the shuttle was computer-assisted. It's fly-by-wire, Lego, so yeah, of course. Should we tell him that people passed out during re-entry many times? Are you thick or something, Swishio? Seriously, are you thick? Name me one scenario, because we're talking about piloting the vehicle, right? We're not talking about the people that are flying coach, all right? We're talking about the pilots. Name me one mission on the shuttle where somebody passed out during re-entry. Please, I'll wait. Come on, man. The context matters here. That's not funny in any way, shape, or form, Jack. I'm a little disappointed in you, but all right, whatever. I'm stopping this conversation. This conversation is useless. Let's keep going. So, we have a little bit of a design decision to make, guys. So, here's where we're at. If this looks like a modern art masterpiece, that's because it kind of is right now. So, I went to start making the arrow shell last night. And I quickly realized that I Michael Bolton this entire thing. What does that mean? If you've ever seen Office Space, that probably makes a little bit more sense. Long story short, what happened here is the entire SSTO project was designed on building a small version to learn and understand the aerodynamics behind building a vehicle like this, which is what we did, right? And then building a large one. The thing is here is that I made a critical rounding error. I always screw up some mundane detail. Well, the idea is that this thing is supposed to be 2 times the size of that, right? The reason is because that I'm basing the entire scalability of the project basically off these panels and the wings, the arrow shell. The arrow shell is scalable because I already know that tanks are scalable, right? The small SSTO uses that for a small triangle, right? See it over there? And then it uses this one for a big triangle, right? If I scale it and we go 2 times the size, that's the large triangle and then that's the small triangle. That makes sense because this thing, 4 of these are needed to make that and 4 of these are needed to make that. So if you just 2 times the scale of the thing, you should be able to make a big one that looks pretty much exactly like this. It'll look exactly the same, right? Problem here is that if you're scaling basically by you're scaling and going basically 2 times the size here, right? Fuel tanks that are 2/3 that are a third bigger than the fuel tanks in here don't make sense. i.e., because we're going 2 times the size, I have 2.5 meter tanks. 2.5 meter tanks in this SSTO design right here, right? What's 2.5 times 2? 5 meter tanks. The bigger SSTO, the big one needs 5 meter tanks. I thought, for whatever reason, I was like, oh yeah, 375, that's the next size up. That should scale just fine. No, Michael Bolton did. I made a critical scaling error here. So, I'm talking about that right now, Toma. A10, 21-month resub. I don't have 5 meter tanks unlocked using metric and imperial again. Actually, I'm using all metric. But yeah, I get the joke. So, long story short, guys, I need 5 meter tanks to make an exact duplicate of this. And I don't have 5 meter tanks unlocked. .375 would be fine. Would have been fine if you doubled the scale. If you quadrupled it, yeah. The problem is, Tessa, is that there's only one triangle here that works in that scenario. This is, I mean, technically this is 4 times the size here. This is a 4 times scale, but volume scaling, it doesn't work exactly like that. Long story short, I ran the numbers again, and I need 5 meter tanks if I want to make a copy of this arrow shell where the small triangle is this size and the large triangle is that size, right? We need to do that. The problem is that if I want to make something that's 2/3 the size, right? There's no other triangle that fits with this triangle. There's no triangle that's 1/4 of the size of that. So this triangle and that triangle can go together, and it'll directly correlate to this triangle and this triangle going together. The problem is I only have 4 triangles. This triangle is the lone wolf. There's nothing else here that works with it. we'd have to re-engineer the arrow shell. It wouldn't be an exact copy of it if I wanted to make it work at 375. I could do it, but the small triangle area would be a combination of this triangle and that could make it more parts. Yeah, Deadly, I'm with you on that one. RJ, I just said the custom arrow shell thing. It would be using a combination of this and this to make an intermediate triangle, or basically a triangle that works with the scaling with this thing.
Go at throttle up.
You would need to... Hang on. Right, these are the 4 sizes of triangles that we have. Hey, Hater, what's up? Well, Pulse, that's really where we're at. Should we grind out the science for the 5-meter tanks? I could just do a science run around KSC, grind out that science. We need 550, and I only have like 100 right now. So if we grinded the science out from KSC, it wouldn't take very long. And then we just unlock the 5-meter tanks. But there is another problem. Okay? There's another issue. Well, it's not an issue, I'll be honest with you. I can make an exact duplicate of this. No problem. I can make one that is... I can remake this. That's not an issue. The issue is if I go to remake this, we have to do the Delta V numbers over again. Which, once again, not a problem. Yeah, it's not an issue. Restacking the Delta V and engineering a 5-meter version of these tanks, not an issue. That's fine. Totally okay. The issue is, honestly, Launchpad. I don't know what the heck I'm going to make. And no, I'm not going to make it take off horizontally down the runway. That's dumb. I'm not doing that. I didn't design this. The intention here when I designed this was not to have it take off horizontally from the runway. So... usually changing the game halfway through like that usually screws up everything else. Having a critical design decision like that this far into development is not a good idea. I still need to make a vertical launch pad for this thing. The thing is, this thing's gonna be like 300 tons unloaded when we go to launch it. I've never engineered a pad on this scale in mission mode before. The last time I did, I ended up making something like Condor's pad. And the problem with that is that Condor's pad was 1,600 parts, just the pad. With the rocket on it, it was 2,000 parts. If integration time for the SSTO is slowed down because there's so many parts, right? All the benefits of an SSTO gets thrown out the window because it'll end up taking 2 hours to freaking put one of these together up on the pad and fuel it, right? So it's just something to ponder. The launch pad is the problem here. Yeah, Pulse, that's what I'm saying. It would probably be better to just jump straight to the 5-meter, especially, like, I wouldn't jump to the 5-meter right now if I did my scaling right and say I could make a 375 version. I'd just push with making the 375 and call it a day, dude. But aren't you on a deadline? I'd stick to what you got. What does that mean? Because I'll stick to what I have. I can scale robotics, Shady. That's no problem. Yeah, Hater, it could do something like that. I have 375s right now. I need 5-meter tanks, guys. So why go 5? So here's where I'm at, guys. It's kind of 2 options going forward. The 375 version has what I'm looking for performance. However, all right, here I gotta get this right in my head so I can explain it correctly. All right, look, here's where we're at. We're at a crossroads. There's a critical design decision here, and no, we're not gonna vote on it. Let's just talk it out. So, I can push forward with making the 375 version. The problem with doing that is that I'm going to have to re-engineer the aeroshell because the triangles don't scale correctly. Okay? Not a problem. I can just make one. It's not a big deal. But that basically throws away all the aerodynamic research that we did with this thing. Making a 375 version because the aeroshell doesn't scale correctly means I need to remake the aeroshell with a different combination of triangles. Alright? That basically throws out all the aerodynamics that we learned from this thing. Okay? So that means the 375 version will take longer to test. It'll take longer to figure it out. Because it's not using borrowed aerodynamics again anymore, right? So I could make it, not an issue. No problem. I could make that. It's really not a problem. But we would basically lose all the testing data that we got from this thing. That would basically make the first 2 weeks of this project useless. Well, not necessarily useless, but if I go push for the 5-meter variant here, I can make an exact duplicate of this because wings scale and the triangles scale exact if I use 5-meter tanks, right? That way, we don't have to do any aerodynamic testing. I already know the vehicle is going to fly exactly like this because it's literally the same thing, just with larger triangles. It'll fly fine. I know that Kerbal scales like that. That will work. So that's the crossroads. It's not really use what you have. It's should we grind out the science for the 5-meter variant, and so we don't have to do aerodynamic tests? Should we grind out the research for the 5 meters so I can just build an exact copy and go from there? And then, yeah, that would make building a launch pad a little bit more difficult, but it negates aerodynamic testing. That basically gives me the final week for this project to engineer the pad, because I'll have all the science ground out, right? So, do we push the science out and go for the 5-meter variant? Or do I develop the 375-meter variant, have to requalify that with aerodynamics because that throws the aero that I learned from this out the window because it's going to be different, right? And then try to engineer a pad for the 375 variant. The 375 variant would be easier to make a pad, but aerodynamic research takes time. No, you don't get to vote. I'm kind of just willing to hear options. Doing aero research in KSP is a problem. I thought, with this thing, to get this thing flying how I wanted, it took 4 or 5 different test flights over the course of 3 to 4 streams. If we could push for the 5-meter one, I won't need to do that. I don't need to. We don't need to do that because I know it's going to fly exactly the same as this. The downside about pushing right to 5 meters is that pushing right to the 5-meter variant SSTO is that I don't need that. That thing's going to be able to move like 36 tons into space. I don't need that. It's drastic overkill. But that could lead to better scalability down the road. If you start with a Saturn V, right, going to the moon, a Saturn V could also be used to go to Mars or to Venus, right? It's an application thing. Why do you want to make it so fat? It's a biconic lifting body reentry vehicle, SSTO. You make it fat so it slows down when it goes to reenter, just like a pod. See, Hellfish, it's not. See, like I want to be clear, guys. Neither one of these things is a challenge. It's not really that big a deal. I could make a 375 and I could make a 5-meter variant, but time is the constraint here. Which one of these is going to take more time? Build out the 375, have to retest the aero and build a pad even though the pad is slightly less difficult? Or push for the 5-meter variant, grind the science out, don't have to do aero testing, but that's going to be the most difficult launch pad to make. See what I'm talking about here? It's just critical design decision, dude. It's a pathway decision. What do we do? The 5-meter shell with 375 tanks, Yeah, I could do that. Actually, another option, there's a third option. The third option would be make the 5-meter variant SSTO with 2.5-meter tanks stacked in 4 times symmetry. That could work too. Do you even need a pad? Why not launch it horizontal from the runway? What about a horizontal launch pad? Fellas, ladies and gentlemen, you understand that saying Venture Star should take off from a runway is the equivalent of saying... saying that should take off from a runway is like saying that this thing should have... Oh, why did it sink? It should have just flown away. They should have flown it across the ocean. Then they wouldn't have to worry about sinking. You understand the absurdity of what you're saying, right? Just because it has landing gear doesn't mean it can take off from the damn runway. Oh, well, the Titanic wouldn't have sank if they just made it fly. You don't have to build a launch pad if you just took it off from the runway. That's not how this works. It's a rocket. It's a rocket. It was designed as a rocket. So you don't take... That would be like saying, oh, let's launch a Falcon 9 off of a runway. Right? Or let's take an Atlas with a Dream Chaser at the top and launch that off of a runway, because Dream Chaser has landing gear, so it works exactly the same, right? You understand the absurdity of that? I don't want to do that, because I didn't design it to do that, right? And I know what people are going to say, I don't want to know what it was designed to do, I want to know what it can do. Yeah, you only say that when your space program is having problems, like your spacecraft just exploded. If I choose to make a design decision to have this thing take off horizontally, right? At this point in time, a lot of systems would need to be redesigned, because the landing gear, for instance, would need to take off with a full fuel load. It's not designed to land with fuel. And because it's not designed to land with, it's designed to fly correctly with no fuel in it. Having it fly correctly with fuel in it is going to be a hard sell. I'd have to go and redesign everything. That's an even more complicated thing to solve. It's not just, oh, put it on the runway with full fuel and you're good to go. That's not how this works. It's way more complicated than that. Exactly, Chief. Yeah, if I do the intermediate option of using 4 times symmetry, 2.5 meter tanks, it's going to change the part count. Thanks, Grenadiers. No, that's not the same thing. Horizontal takeoff of a vertical ascent rocket is plausible in KSP because you don't need ullage and it doesn't matter where the fuel pickups are in the tanks. That... Oh dear. Synod, you're making my head hurt. You're making my head hurt. Okay. Alright. Alright. Yep. I'm sorry. I don't mean any disrespect. I'm just going to pretend I didn't hear that and keep trying to figure out what I want to do with this. Alright? Oh god, I think I got a headache from that. Do you guys smell burnt toast? Do you smell burnt toast? Skin it with the current tanks? Well, Clotrick, that might give me on... See, the thing is that Kerbal doesn't understand that this is inside the aeroshell, despite me calling it the aeroshell, right? So, I don't know how these tanks are going to perform. I don't know how well they're going to perform with, you know, different tank design here. I mean, it shouldn't be that big of a deal, but... Are you making a launch site on the pad to launch rockets? Yeah, Jackal. Make launch. You have to make a launch pad for everything. If I said at the beginning of this project that this SSTO is designed to take off vertically, that means right off the bat that I need to build a launch pad for it. My rule for this save, or one of the rules for this save, is you have to build a launch pad for every rocket that you make. Has to have a launch pad. That is a rule. And you have to send fuel to the launch pad. You can't just put stuff out on the launch pad, hit the spacebar, and go. I've never done that in this save, not once. And I don't plan on doing it anytime soon. If I planned on making something like Skylon, right? Or if I intended for it to take off horizontally and land horizontally, like a Skylon, the Skylon SSTO concept, I would have like declared that. It's kind of like it's a rule about changing the design. You don't want to change the design too much during development like that, because that's inadvertent scope creep. That's exactly what happened to James Webb, for instance, the James Webb Space Telescope. Yeah, it's just, I don't like doing that. That's going to create more problems than it solves. Even though it seems like a good idea. Oh, it's a quick and easy way to do things. You know, like, that doesn't sit right in my head. It's just going to create more unknown problems because I never intended the vehicle to do that in the first place. So I got to build a pad. I have to somehow get that big SSTO to turn upright, put payload in it, and send it off into space. You can't just make an 8x copy when you aimed at making a 4x copy. Exactly, Clatrick. Yeah, I gotta be careful. Like, we only have 2 weeks. Well, 1.5 weeks now. Are you gonna put the payload into the thing that was sitting on the launch pad? Angry, I actually don't know. I haven't figured out that. I haven't figured out that part yet. The Venture Star in real life from Lockheed's promo videos has the payload installed horizontally. Well, it's in the hangar, and then they roll it to the pad. I think Arrow is the big hurdle too, Hip. I'll be honest with you, guys. Arrow is a pain in the butt to understand in KSP, and since we already have a flight model from the smaller SSTO, I think I'm gonna push for the 5-meter tanks. I think we're gonna grind out science this stream. It's not gonna take very long. There's a lot of KSC that I don't have science from. So realistically, getting the science that I need is not gonna take very long. Probably half of this stream at best. And then once I have those 5-meter tanks unlocked, we could just proceed with construction. You know? I think 5 meters is the right move. Honestly, I was trying to cut out the whole build a pad part. I know you like doing that as much as you like building rockets, but at some point in the ever-increasing vehicle mass, the docking ports are just going to say nope on your launch pad. Docking ports are not structural in my launch pad's designs, man. Same vessel collision is. That's how I get around it. I mean, I don't know, Signer, you know that small docking ports hold, like, Freedom 10 together when it flies, and that thing stays perfectly rigid, right? Like, see what I'm talking about? This is what I do. I did, Hokey. You love it? You like it? I seem to have entirely misunderstood how you build things. My apologies. No, Cider. No, I'm talking... That's what I thought was going on, dude. I know you, dude. I know you're not an idiot. Like, I get it. Like, and that's what I mean when I said, I mean no disrespect, but I'm like, there's ways to get around using those docking ports. I don't... So here, I'll show you. I'll just show you right now. It's really simple stuff, dude. Check this out. Hey, Hokey gifted us out to Pigzig. I think I'm gonna grind science, dude. I'm gonna grind science and we'll make the full version. It's gonna be overkill. It's gonna be more than I need, but at least we'll know it'll be good for mission mode for a very long time. Why does the stash make you feel like I should be ordering a pizza for you? It's Italian. Italian. Sawyer, that's what it is. So, Signer, check this out, dude. That's actually not useful in any way, shape, or form. Alright, so this is a Freedom 10 upper stage that I made one time, dude. Check this out. You're right about the docking ports, for what it's worth. You are absolutely 100% correct. The docking ports cannot take that compression load. They'll break. So, here's what I do. I take them out of the equation. See this fairing right here that forms the forward skirt of a Freedom 10 rocket right here, the part that says Freedom on it, right? That has same vessel collision on it. This fairing right here also has same vessel collision on it. What I do is, when I engineer this stuff, I engineer it to, I engineer it by absolute snapping these docking ports and leaving a little bit of play right there. The reason why I do that is because I designed the same vessel collision around that, right? The reason I do that is because I know when these docking ports dock, they're gonna overlap a little bit because that's where they go when they dock two ports together. When you dock two of these together, what does that do? That pushes this piece, it butts this piece, the lower fairing up against the upper fairing, and it takes the load off of the docking port. Straight up. You don't use a bolt for structure, right? All this is, but you don't make a leaf spring out of freaking nuts and bolts. The nuts and bolts are what hold it together. Docking ports in my mind are a nut and a bolt. So you wouldn't use that for structure. That makes no sense. Use a flange for structure, right? Like when you're making exhaust pipes, you'd use an exhaust flange. And then you'd use like a V-band or something to hold it together, or a stud or whatever. Or me. No. That's how I do this. I can negate the structural load. It's not a problem. Well, you don't negate it. You just take it off the docking port. And basically, it's kind of like a preload almost. Having that little gap right there makes it so when the docking ports dock, it'll push the fairings into each other and it takes the load off of the docking ports. Yeah, that's how I engineer rockets to be able to be put together outside of the SPH and the VAB, and they fly just fine. They fly as good as a rocket if I strutted them, because it's actually using physics simulation for structural load. If anything, it flies more like a regular rocket. See what I'm saying? Yeah, I don't know if that's where we were kind of missing, but yeah, I can fix, that's not a problem. The big SSDO, the 5-meter variant, will probably still use a small docking port because I can negate the structural load with same vessel interaction. So on the tank side, I have a smaller fairing. There's a 1.8 meter fairing, and the reason why I do that is so I don't have another fairing stripe right here. But it does the same thing. The other cool thing about this is that the docking ports are inside of a fairing. They're occluded, aerodynamically occluded. So this doesn't aerodynamically screw up the vehicle. Yeah. The fairing is attached to the fuel tank. Well, it's all based off of the panels, Shady, so it's technically 4 times the size, technically. But it ended up looking about 2 times as well. Because, what is it, volume and whatnot don't scale correctly? Do you know what mission mode part it was in when you built Freedom? Freedom 10? Probably like part 50 or something, somewhere around there. As soon as you said I use same vessel collision, I got what you meant. All right, cool. All right, just making sure we're on the same page. So, anyway, fellas, I'm gonna grind the science. Let's get a K200 out with the science palette, and we'll get the science that we need. Volume and surface area don't scale linearly. That's what it is. Yeah, that's right. How much science do we need? Alright, so we need not metamaterials, high performance fuel systems, 550 science. We need 470. Now, I have to do my time warps here, so it's time warp 8 days into the future. We'll go to year 4, day 72. Don't we need large landing gear? I can use 375 fairing, Shady, or at least I should be able to. Here, well, actually, let's go in and figure out everything that I need. I don't necessarily need a 5-meter fairing. I can make it work with a 375. Alright. You mentioned Scott Manley the other day. He appeared on a comedy YouTube channel that spoofs KSP. He went along with the show and said the astronaut and the command center were incompetent. Scott's a good buddy of mine, Shikama. I mean, we kind of haven't hung out in a long time because of the pandemic. I mean, Scott's on the other side of the country. But pre-pandemic, dude, I hung around with Scott and the Kerbal developers. Not on the regular, but yeah, no, pretty good buds, dude. He's a good dude. I really like Scott's awesome. Seriously. One of the smartest dudes I've ever met. Like, the crazy thing, you know what's crazy about Scott? Like, I mean this in a very endearing way. It's actually quite ridiculous. Scott has a degree in astrophysics, right? But he works for a software company. The guy taught himself, like, software engineering. And I get it, in this day and age, that's not that big of a deal. But he did this in the 90s. And once again, not that big of a deal. But teaching yourself any type of engineering, take it from me, pretty well, is not an easy thing to do. And he works for a pretty reputable software company. I'm not going to say which one. Don't say it in chat if you know. Just don't. I know he doesn't want... He doesn't, like, his online persona is not included in that, you know? So, like, this isn't like, you know, like, oh, he just works for some startup or something. You know, it's a pretty big deal. He works at Initech. Yep. Initech. Yep. That's right. So that, I mean, it's one, like I said, one of the smartest people I know. Seriously. And I know a lot of smart people. Scott's definitely up there, dude. The guy just, sometimes you just have that intuitive mind. I don't know. Some people are built for this stuff. Some people, you know, have to look from the outside in to get there, you know? I know, Pixel. Isn't it awesome? What's up, Ismic? Like, that's not easy to do, man. Like, pretty crazy. Okay, we got a good transmit. So we have 140 science now from the station, and then my lunar surface experiments package is working. He works at Aperture. How'd you know? No, Cluster, it wasn't. It was awesome. I was learning electrical engineering, and I stopped myself because I felt it was useless to learn, and I think I'm right. Electrical? Electrical ain't useless to learn, dude. Like, I'm not about to say this is like a get-rich-quick scheme, but if you learned electrical engineering and become an electrician, the trades are in such high demand. Even now, even in the depressed economy with COVID, trades are still in demand. Electricians, you know, you work in that job for a good amount of time, you know, you'll get paid just as much as a software engineer, probably more, because it's in super high demand. But, I mean, the thing is that when you work the trades, it's a lot of manual labor, right? Yeah, the other thing is that you don't need to be an electrical engineer to be an electrician. That's another thing. But I mean, if I was gonna go be an electrician, I would want to know everything about electricity, because electricity is one of those things you don't want to screw around with. That's just me. Like, I mean, you don't need to. There's apprenticeships all over the place. Yeah, Ordon, trades. You become a millionaire, man. The thing is, it's just a lot of manual labor. It's not sitting at a computer all day, but some people like that. All right, so we need about 400 more science, huh? All right. Yeah, Hellfish. Sometimes I think maybe I should just get like a welding certification or something, dude, to start off before I go back to school, so I can kind of get back in the groove of things. Picking up a trade skill is pretty useful. Can you imagine if we got an aircraft mechanics cert or something? Like, you could do that. I mean, that's some you got to renew that. But anyway, I digress. Let's get back to what we were doing. So we need these tanks unlocked. I don't necessarily need the 5-meter fairing. It would help in the design because I would have a bigger flange to mount the vehicle to, but we could get away with 375s, I'm pretty sure. How much science potential is there around the KSC total? I think we could get 400. We could get close. We also need landing gear. I'm gonna need the bigger landing gear for this SSTO. It's pretty much inevitable at this point. So I'm gonna aim. We need 800 science. Well, 700. I don't know if we can get that from KSC, but we'll try for it. That's cool, Plums. I think I might want to pick up that as a trade skill, just on a side note. That would be pretty fun. I like welding. I'm not an expert, dude. I can tell the different types. I know about the different types of welds, but a welding cert would also be cool for the truck streams. If I figure out how to do it, guys, that's the thing. If I figure out how to weld, well, not figure out. If I learned how to weld, all the stuff that I make in KSP, all my practical, like, editing tricks and stuff in KSP come from metal fabrication. Seriously. Like, all the using rulers and using plums and making jigs and stuff, all comes from metal fabrication. A lot of the tricks that I use in the editor. So, like, I know how to do metal fabrication, I just can't do it because I'm a terrible welder. So, like, if I went and got that welding cert, or I could just nose to the grindstone and self-teach, that could work too, but a cert would probably be better, like, to put on a resume or whatnot. But yeah, that means I could do Kerbal things. We could do Kerbal things with the truck. Like, and I'm not gonna put a rocket motor on it. I'm talking about fabrication and stuff. Like, we could do whatever. We could do a bunch of cool stuff. Man, I recommend Lathe. Isn't Lathe a planet? Why would I go there? Hey, I missed a few streams. Is a smaller SSTO fit to fly? Mapoko, we flew it. It doesn't have enough Delta V, and it's designed to get anything useful into space. I flew one on an orbital flight test, and it turned into a suborbital flight test in a submarine mission real quick. No, it needs to be modified, but in the time allotted that I have, dude, I don't have time to sit there and mess with the small one. I sprang for big construction. The thing is, I figured out for the bigger SSTO, for it to scale properly, I need 5-meter tanks. So we got to grind out that. I need to get landing gear. I need to grind out the landing gear, and I think that's it. Well, Plums, yeah, BOM is believe it or not, reading or watching Project Binky back in the day in like 2013. I've been watching that since like episode 2 or 3. That kind of got me interested in metal fab. So Nick and Rich, with all the brackets that they make and the negative jigs that they used and stuff, really, it was one of those things where it clicks and you're like, oh, that's cool. I can use that in KSP, you know? One of the best, dude, Plums, that's the best YouTube car build by a long shot. Nothing is cooler than that. I know, Chief. Yeah, machining. Absolutely. Yep, turn the kettle on. Make the noise. Actually, you want to talk about cool car builds real quick. This is the last thing I'm going to say before we start grinding out science. Over on the Hoonigan channel, my buddies over at Hoonigan, they took a 90, it was like a 97 or a 98 F-150. And they blew up the mod motor, first of all. Yeah, hilarious. They blew up the V8 in it because they didn't need it, because they put a 2JZ in it. Yeah, a Supra engine in an F-150. That's the build that they're working on. They're making a shop truck. Shop truck. Yeah, okay. Shop truck. Yeah. Alright. Yeah, that's what you're doing. Yeah, that's a really cool video, guys. I'll actually, here, if anybody's interested, I'll get you the link. Merkers, check that vid out, dude. You'll appreciate it. It's pretty rad. Also, shameless plug for Hoonigan. Good buddies of mine. Cool. Cool dudes. Car nuts. Yeah. Yeah, they like cars. I, too, like cars. Yeah. Alright. So, I need my shop truck to go 230 miles an hour. See, Death, you get it. Shop truck. Yep, okay. Alright, so 5-meter tanks, we need those. That's inevitable. I need the conic adapters and I need all these tanks. I could do with the fairing, but I don't necessarily need it. But we absolutely need landing gear. I don't think I necessarily need these adapters here, and I don't need these fuel tanks. And we're not using monopropellant in this. It'll use a dedicated vernier system. So we need about 800 science. Well, we have 140, so we need about... So this is 850, right? Minus 140 is 710. So I'm going to stop talking and we're going to start working. Around KSC, there's different places you can farm science from. You can get science from different areas. Like the VAB tank, if you go conduct a temperature survey there, you could get science from it. And it is incremental amounts, but there is a lot of places that you can get science from. Here. I'm just trying to get the picture up. Yeah. So these are all the places you can get it from, and I do have some of them already ground out. But I'm pretty sure that some of this stuff is particularly on the R&D lab side of things. I don't. So we're gonna go and we're gonna see what we have and what we don't have. And we're gonna farm some science. Let me get my science truck out. Do you have the science bay that you can put the science into to get more out? What do you mean? Yeah, I mean, yeah, Hokie, I do. Oh, geez, Phil. Nice pictures. Wow. That's cool. So what I could do is go around and take 2 or 3 science readings. I could take 2 or 3 science readings from all the different spots. Get that gravioli off of there. Alright, so let's take this and we'll get Glebless and Herbal out here. And we'll get the truck out. I mean, Hokie, yeah, I could farm the science out and then we could launch a Sigma capsule up to the space station. We could launch a Sigma because we still have Freedom rockets left over. I have 3 Freedom 10s left. And I could put more science. I could load more science into the lab. That's just kind of a stretch goal, you know? But we could do it. Yeah, it is, Plums, yeah. But that's not, believe it or not, that's not the type of Freedom 10 that we have left over. The 3 Freedom 10s that we have left over per mission mode lore are Freedom 10 extenders, which are the expendable version. But it's a much bigger first stage. Couldn't you just make an instrument pallet for the truck? Yeah. Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's a pallet for the K200. I'll put it up on the runway right now. I'll show you. I don't have a science truck. I have a science pallet. And we can load this up onto the truck. I just got to make sure that we have... Yeah, see? I've unlocked more science equipment since then. We have the magnetometer, which we could put on there. Wait, do you have to be in space for this? Warranty on the boom voided if used any place besides the vacuum. Yeah, okay. We can't put the magnetometer on there. That's not going to work. I have Sentinel unlocked. We should do, for Asteroid Day, guys, we should do a Sentinel launch. I think we should do that. Yeah, we should probably launch that soon because it's going to take a second for it to detect asteroids, but that's another story. The Gravioli detector we need to put in there. So, on this science palette, guys, what I have is, what I have is all the scientific sensors, right? Oh, we have the atmospheric fluid spectrometer. I'll put that up there too. Can you mine asteroids in KSP? Oh, absolutely. Asteroid Day is later this month, dudes. We should probably do that. Personally, I don't have a problem with it, but do you feel that all the cheesing out science from KSC goes against the spirit of this career? It's meant to be realistic. Hip, I'm cool with it as long as I also collect all the science and send the experiments up. I'm cool with it. But we have to do that. That makes it not cheesy in my mind because I have to do everything 3 or 4 times. I have to do it, well, I have to do every experiment twice. And then I have to load and unload the science. And if you think about it, that's how real science is done. You do the experiment down here, then you send it into space. So the fact that, like, as long as that's the in good faith rule in that regard. As long as I collect the science a couple of times over, right? As long as we collect it a couple of times over and send it up, I don't have a problem with that, right? What about those leftover Freedom rockets? That's how we're going to send it, or the asteroid telescope. We could do that too. I have the seismometer, we have the barometer, I have the thermometer, I have the Gravioli detector, we have a Science Junior, we have a mystery goo container on it. Surface scanning module. Can we get science from this, or is it just resource detection? I forget. Ravioli detector. Yeah, of course. Sawyer, what's more science? What's up? What about putting out a weather station? I'm not sure how, like, what do you mean? Like, so, like, the thing is, dude, is, okay, so here's how this works. I have 2 science laboratories up there. There's 2 science modules, right? If I farm science down at KSC, put it in a ESU, load that into the rocket, launch it up there, and then load it into the laboratory up there, you can't load the science into the science module twice. So I can't go farm the same thing, send it up again, and then load it. It doesn't work that way. So in that regard, I need to get different science for the module, or discard the module, send up another science module, attach it, and then reload that science into it, right? It's a deployable part like the seismometer. The construction? Oh, the Kerbal construction piece. I think that's a passive experiment, though. Do you think it would be possible to launch a plane with a rocket-assisted sled that fell away with parachutes and was recoverable? Absolutely. No, that's the V1. Yeah, sure. Why not? Yeah, Navajo missile. They didn't really have the whole missile situation figured out just yet. I mean, but then again, the Navajo missile is a cruise missile. It's an airplane with a bomb at the front instead of a pilot. It's passive, but it couldn't hurt. I'm not sure what the science return is going to be from that, NASA man, but I'll load it up. Let's find out. Dark Reader is what it's called, Swishio. Hey, Leglander. Did you know that in the movie Iron Man 2, the factory where the Russian guy was brought to... It's Hawthorne. Oh, yeah. You can see Falcon 9 parts in the background. Yep. Mm-hmm. And Elon Musk made a cameo in that movie when Tony Stark said Monaco. And Tony Stark says, that Merlin engine is really something. Yeah. Oh yeah. I freaked out when I saw that the first time. I'm like, oh, I know that guy. Yeah. Doom, it's... Yeah. Yes. Essentially, yeah, I could do that. The problem is, I'm not sure I could do it with a 300-ton space plane. Or a 1,000-ton fully fueled SSTO, you know what I mean? But yeah, of course you could. Of course you knew. Laglander, I see everything. No, you know I'm a movie freak, dude. Alright. So... I mean, yeah, I don't see why these wouldn't work on Kerbin Sawyer. Like, does anybody know off the top of their heads? Must ask you a question. That's right. They absolutely work. All right. Yeah. Good call, Sawyer. I thought you were talking about like actually going and making like a weather station base. I'm like, cool. Let's do it. It's not a bad idea, dude. So the weather analyzer is going to need 1 power. So put that in there. I mean, let's try for the seismometer. Now we need 2 power. And then we need the ECS. What's this? Science module. I need to grind out science so I can finish the SSTO. Drama. We need about 700 science. I'm gonna try to see if we can grind it all out in one shot. Alright, so I'm gonna put the ECS and the 2 solar panels down here. So the seismometer and the weather analyzer should work. Actually, I could put the ECS in the lander can, take a photovoltaic panel, and then we gotta figure out what else we could put down. The ionographer, the goo bed monitor. I don't need ground communication, so I'll put the ionographer in there. 1 power, 1 power, 1 power. Oh, 1 power. So we would need another one of these things. Yeah, no, that's not gonna work. That should be fine. We'll do that as a soft rollout. Ionographer only works in the vacuum. Good. All right, cool. What other science tools do I have? I just want to make sure we got everything on here. I have that. I have the spectroverometer. We have the accelerometer. I have a bunch of storage units. We have the gravioli detector. I don't need the scanner. Magnetometer doesn't work down here. The labs are already up in space. We have goo. I don't have a scanning arm. But I suppose if we're going out and exploring, I mean... Yeah, Shady, I think so. But Glebless and Herbal, if they go and drive these... We're actually going to need an engineer and a scientist. So, I'm going to send Bill and Bob, I think. I mean, I'll unlock the bigger arm. The bigger arm yields you more science, right? I haven't used these things in a long time, guys. I'll be honest with you. We have the Science Junior. Sentinel doesn't work down here. Do we... Oh, shoot. I forget. Yeah, they are for object scanning, Shady. Like they're anomaly scans, but if we're gonna go out and drive a little bit away, I don't want these near the launch pad or anything. We'll drive out a little ways away from KSC, and if there's a tree out there or a biome or an anomaly object out there, I'll scan it, and we could get more science that way. I mean, you might as well. It's not like I'm not gonna get this back. The truck can just drive back to KSC, and if it blows up, it blows up. But, I mean, stuff happens. It's a science module I watch. I need more science so I can get the tanks that I need to finish the SSTO. We're gonna do a little bit of a science farm here. I don't know if I can farm 700 Clotrick. 500 would be a good start, though. Yeah, I doubt that I can. But yeah, it would be a good start. I put a docking port here if I need to ever pick this thing up. All right. All right, so save that. I can AG all the experiments if we want. Yeah, for all the other experiments here, let's action group 1, log pressure, log grav, log seismic, log Lohman.
Discovery,
I think
go
that's
and
all
throttle
of
up.
it. And then 2. I'll bind it, action group 2 to, well, no, I need a scientist to go and manually do this, to manually reset them. Yeah, so AG1 is fine. All right, cool. Yeah, so for the passive experiments, guys, I'm going to need Kerbals that I'm gonna need a 1-star and a 1-star and a 1-star scientist and a 1-star engineer. Sorry. Dad joke. What's up, man? Yeah, long time. How are you? Will you have the EVA science kit as well? I don't see why we wouldn't do that. Bonus thought, take a couple of cheap simple rockets like a couple Separatrons on a docking port, launch them to generate seismic data. Man, that fireworks package, Tessa, seems like a really helpful thing in that regard. I can't run science on that thing, so I'm going to get rid of it. Dad joke, how are you? Long time, dude. I'm good, working hard. Good, man. That's good. All right, so the science palette is ready. Now I got to go back and load up the K200. And we need scientists aboard. So Bob and Bill will go in here. All right. It's a pallet. It's a trailer. Well, not a trailer. It's a pallet for this thing, yeah. Mm-hmm. Do you like the R&D pod? You'll copy it? Go ahead. iWatch, is the big SSTO completed? No, I need to farm science to get the right fuel tanks. I made a miscalculation with how big the fuel tanks need to be on the bigger SSTO. I thought I needed 3.5 or 375 tanks. You need 5-meter tanks if you want to scale it correctly. And Chat and I basically figured out that it's going to take less time and less engineering to grind out 5-meter tanks, to grind out the science for 5-meter tanks. It'll take less time than it would be to re-engineer the aeroshell for 375 and then build a launch pad. It's easier to grind to the 5-meter tanks, keep building the SSTO the way I was building it yesterday, and then build a pad for it, than it is to re-engineer the aeroshell. The reason is because you're swapping, the difference between these two plans is that you're swapping grinding science out, which is fairly easy and pretty straightforward stuff, to aerodynamic testing. If I redesign the aero shell, all the research that we got iWatch from the smaller SSDO is useless. Useless. It has to be an exact copy or else it's useless. The first 2 weeks of this project were for nothing, right? So we chose to grind out the science. Have you ever heard of Solar Nations? Great KSP series. Solar Nations. Who did that one? Was that Matt? Sea Dragon, was it Matt Lone or was that Hazardish? I forget. I've heard of it, but I forget who made it. That's because the sensor requires you not to land close to it. It's a seismic shock sensor, not an explosive burst sensor. Wait, huh? Heck, a large rocket hitting less than 50 views of meter with ground size barely generates any science. That's because its sensor requires you not to land close to it. Got it. Vaus? Cool. VAOS? I've heard the name, dude, but I haven't seen it. Somebody's mentioned it before, Sea Dragon. To make this legitimate, you should keep the literal experiment modules and then send them on the first resupply mission to the space station with EVA construction. Yeah, Swishio, that's... Swishio, I know it's just coincidence. I literally just got done explaining that that's the only way that I would do... that's the only way that I would do this. Because just grinding out the science is not... It's kind of not in good faith, you know what I mean? Like, it's kind of cheesy. It kind of doesn't tell the story of the save. So, the fact that I have to collect the science two times over is a good way to compensate for the fact that this is a cheesy strat. But yeah, this is gonna be... It's not gonna be a long science grindy thingamajigger, but it's gonna take... This is gonna take a while. It'll take probably about half the stream, maybe a little bit more, to do all the science here. Because yeah, we're loaded down with EVA experiments and seismic experiments and all this other good stuff. Remember Macy Dean, the OG Kerbal Warfare guy? Vaguely, Colonel Jack, yeah. I made sounding rockets, Hokie, yeah. The Hammer. Hammer VLS was a suborbital sounding rocket that I used for testing, to test parachutes, believe it or not. It was launched off of the back of the K200. There it is. Yep, there's the Hammer launcher. It's a suborbital sounding rocket. Used it to test parachutes. I mean, I'm not sure what the application would be for this thing today, but... Yeah, that was at the very beginning of the save. This is Robert Parker, Plotrick. What was the major launch of this series? Lunar 1 was a pretty crazy one. The first time I sent Kerbals to the moon, Sea Dragon. This series has been going on since September of last year, for the most part. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. Story of my life there. It's Science Palette. Science from the island airfield. I don't have a... Well, I guess I do have a plane that can go over there. But... Sea Dragon, this is long format content, dude. So, yeah, it's not like a 20-part YouTube series or something. Twitch is much more longer format. So this save is going to go for a little while. I designed mission... The rule set that I designed for this save is designed to have it basically get good daily content for Twitch because of said long format. So... Yeah, it's, we're on part, like, 157 or something, and I don't see why this mission mode couldn't go to part 1000. No problem. I mean, maybe, hopefully KSP2 is out by then, but yeah. Alright, let's do some science, guys. Yeah, Hokie, I used, Imahara to launch tracking stations. I basically made a pod, a small pod. You saw it on the Hammer, right? I made a small pod with parachutes, and I used Hammer to test the parachutes out to launch intercontinental ballistic ground stations, or intercontinental ballistic command stations, so ICBCs. It was one of the first programs I ran in mission mode about 8 months ago. All right, Bill and Bob are aboard. Yeah. Cool idea. Basically, we made them into little drop pods. Type in M !M rules, Sea Dragon, into chat. Somebody's probably gonna do it. Type M rules, !M rules in chat. It brings up a text file for the rule set. Hokey brought it up. Yeah, I have a pretty hardcore rule set here that I play by. It's tough rules, but they're not complicated. It's pretty straightforward stuff. The crazy part about mission mode, I guess, is the fact that chat decides my mission directive. Chat is like a board of directors for my space program. Which makes this exceedingly difficult. They also set deadlines and they set funding for said projects. Yeah. This gets complicated. Okay, we're locked in. I mean, it's kind of your fault, RJ, but that's fine. Okay, it docked to our 5th wheel, and it's being held in place via same vessel collision. So, yep, there we go. Wait, so you won't be like building anything on other planets, like telling it to the spot, but at a cost or something? If I want Sea Dragon, okay, if I want to build a launch pad on another planet, I got to send all the pieces there, and the mining equipment for the fuel. And I would probably want to make sure that pad's reusable. No, I can do that. Sure, why not? But I'm not going to teleport a piece there. Teleportation doesn't exist unless you're cheating in this game. So, yeah. Alright, so let's make sure that let's open up the science bay. There we go. We didn't get much because we already have, we didn't get much because we already have a lot of science from the runway biome. Build symmetry will be a pain. That's not an issue. It's a non-issue, dude. It really is really not a big deal. Okay, so it's doing this thing again, where it lags. It's laggy when I open and close the dang experiments package. Hey Jaywalk, what's up, dude? Oh no, that's the launch pad. Hi, launch pad. Yeah. All right, so I'm gonna run the grav experiment again. Nope, didn't get anything from that. Didn't really get much from that either. So. What about you? Transmit that science out. Yeah, Duber, this is based off of the Army's heavy expandable expandable mobility tactical truck, or the HEMTT for short. I based the pallet system off of that because there's no infrastructure out here. Like, the K200 needs to be able to tackle any terrain, right? And it needs to be able to carry the pallet with it. So a military spec vehicle was a good idea to base it off of. Hasn't he done these before? I have, but I've only done it with certain experiments. That's literally gonna take forever. Okay. Well, okay, so we need a science container that we're gonna send. Okay, so that'll be our collection container. I've already gotten science from the runway here. This will be the container that we use to grind out the science. And then for the stuff I haven't gotten before, I'll make a container here. And then what we'll do is I'll just leave the science pallet out by the pad. Or just leave it over there at the, you know, the secondary, the staging area, and we'll go from there. Let's collect it on the grass biome here. Let's see what that does. Oop. Kerbin Shores. You should action group everything. It's usually data, Sea Dragon, but once again, that's more of an in good faith thing, you know? super laggy when the experiments are going for whatever reason. Oh yeah, dad joke. All right. I think that's everything. Door's gonna slam shut. All right. So, you know what? Let's go and deploy the surface experiments package. Let's go deploy those and see what those do. Turn off the Aero UI and part menus. Oh. Okay. Let's see what that does. So with fireworks being announced in KSP, can we put sparklers on the launch pads? Actually, Jaywalk, I didn't even think of that. Is there a sparkler firework? If there's a sparkler firework, I absolutely will do that, dude. That's a really cool idea. That's really cool, actually. Yeah, make sure the engine's on. Alright, it is. Yeah, dad joke. They've been making pretty frequent upgrades to KSP, dude. We have Kerbal Construction now. I have Kerbal Attachment System. I can just build stuff outside. Yeah, MGB, exactly. If we have a sparkler that works like that, dude. If we have like a Roman candle, well, not Roman candle. Roman candles launch, but yeah, a little sparkler to, you know, that'd be really cool. I'm grinding out science, iWatch. I've told you this 3 times, dude. I need to grind out science so I can finish the big SSTO, because I need 5-meter tanks. We'll go out here and deploy the surface experiments. Gotcha, thanks. Sorry. Didn't have live captions on. No problem. Unique New York, unique New York, unique New York, how now brown cow. What did that do to the captions? What? The truck is electric? Hybrid fuel cell. Fuel cell electric. Like a locomotive, Chief. The arsonist had oddly shaped feet. Yeah, Clautric. That will mess with the arrow. Not by much, but the arrow won't scale. And aerodynamic testing in Kerbal is what is the most costly in mission mode. That and launchpad design. But I have to design a launchpad either way, you know? So, that's much asked. Thank you. Any surface anomalies that we could scan? You guys see any trees or anything? There's trees over there, but those are just scatterer trees, I'm pretty sure. These are scatterer trees. They aren't the trees that you can scan. The monolith? Does that count? These are not the trees we're looking for. They're not the trees you're looking for. You want to buy some death sticks? You don't want to sell me death sticks. I don't want to sell you death sticks. You should go home and rethink your life. I should go home and rethink my life. I wonder if that guy, you know, actually did go home and rethink his life. Maybe he turned his life around. You don't know. No one else is a D14 hyperdrive, I promise you that. He did. It's shown in a comic. Oh, well. Alright. This seems like a good place to set up shop. So what is it? Scientist has to put down all the control experiments, right? Like, the ECS... Stop. But Tidarian mind tricks don't work on me, only money. Yeah, maybe, Crash. Hello? Again. Alright. It won't do. Can he drop the parachute, or? Alright, well we can do EVA science. You have to put the parachute in a container. Yeah, I know. The problem is I don't have any containers. Ah, there we go. I got it. Science room is pretty neat. Oh, yeah. This should net us a pretty healthy amount of science. When did you make this truck? Oh, a long time ago. Any chance you can put the science palette on Kerbal X? Yeah, we could do that in a little bit, sure. Do the experiments give science on Kerbin? They should. Yeah, it's a passive long-term experiment. They won't gain a lot over time. Is there a YouTube video about this vehicle's construction? No, not really. The K200 has been in the fleet for a long time. There's no mission mode save building it because I bought it from another save per my rules. I can buy craft files from other saves if I want to. Yeah. I can buy other craft files from the save, so there's no YouTube vid of me making this thing. I could switch shield, but yeah. Oh yeah, okay, he's the engineer. Well, if I crash another dart or something, or crash an SSTO during testing with nobody aboard, we'll get some seismic data from it. All right, let's see. Are we still in the? Oh, nice. We're in the grasslands biome. Excellent. I don't know, Clayton. You'd have to look that up. Hey, Snow Prince. What's going on? Nice. Good science there. I gotta reset the experiments back here. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna go back here and I'm gonna run the experiments again. Hang on a second. The fluid spectrometer, I didn't collect it. Oh. I'm collecting the data twice, so we can put this data, I can load it into another ESU and experimental storage unit, and we could use it, we could launch that into space and bring it up to our science station. So this is the one that we're farming for science, all that data there. This is the one that will farm it in redundancy, and then I'll send that up to the space station. I can late load it into an ESU on a rocket going up, right? And we could send that to the space station. Also, it would probably help to do a surface sample out here. Keep experiment. EVA report. EVA report got me nothing. Hit it right out the side. It's just like a driving range. There. There we go. Nice. All right. Have all the experiments been reset? I don't think I did a crew report out here. We'll do the crew report. Yep. We'll take all the science we can get. Take the data, store, do another crew report, take the data, no, I already have that in that one, store. Alright, cool. Do we want to find something to scan? There should be something out here. The golf ball disappears. It's just an animation, guys. I don't see anything. There's nothing. Gonna hit the Highlands. Well, we could get Shores, Tessa. You guys see anything? It should be a tree. It should look like those other trees, but just a little bit different. I don't see anything out here. Huh. That's a shame. Those things, they're a lot of science. There's ground anomalies around here. I guess we could scan the, what's it called? The monolith, right? I don't think I've done that. The trees are further inland. Yeah, but Tessa, I am further inland. I don't see anything. I'm at the divide. There's nothing here. Unless they're not rendering. What are you doing? I'm grinding out science to get the big tanks. No, 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 no. He does. You don't ride in the trailer. No, 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 no. You need to be in Fizz range to render. Alright, well, we'll take a trip down to the shores and we'll grab biome. Let's basically drive back over and we'll go to the monolith and we'll scan it, see if we can scan the thing. Alright, cool. Our science trip continues. I'm not sure how much science we have on board exactly, but it's a good amount. Do you overuse flags in this save? Define overuse, Sea Dragon. I don't know what that means. Yeah, it's pretty much my overlanding truck. Oh, yeah, nice. Yeah, I gotcha. Did we even do a lunar landing yet? I forgot. I've landed on the moon 4 times with people. The lunar lander and everything is still out there. It's actually waiting for the Luna 6 mission, which never happened. But yeah, it's there. Yeah, been to the moon a bunch of times. I have science being passively generated on the moon. I overuse for decor purposes. I mean, if that's the application that you want, I wouldn't call it overuse. I use flags sometimes for certain purposes. It depends on what I'm doing. Like, I use flags for labels here. My R&D cart. You can tell it's an R&D cart because of the way it is. Yeah, I wouldn't make like a craft entirely out of flags. Probably not. But my SSTO thing that I'm working on right now, Sea Dragon, does have flags on it as some of the fuselage. Yeah. I looked, Swishio. There... I guess it only renders if it's in Fizz range, so... Yeah, 5-meter cargo bay flags is pretty cool. That's a pretty cool thing. I have no more coffee. Dang it. So, fellas, I'll be honest. I don't know if you can scan that monolith. Can we scan KSC? Does it detect the buildings as a surface feature? You know what? I'm gonna try that on the way there. Dude, if we can scan KSC, yeah, that could get us a lot of science. Going camping in that thing? For science. Karen, yeah. No, got it. It doesn't scan the... Wait, does it not scan the monolith either? No, you can't. Ah. Alright. Well, if that's the case... I'm just gonna go to the shores biome then. Why are you wasting time on this? Why would I be doing this if I thought it was wasting time? PY is the real question. I need to collect science. I need bigger tanks. I didn't scale the SSTO right. I need the 5-meter tanks to do it. So we need more science. I'm gonna save KSC for last. What? I need the science, dude. I gotta unlock bigger tanks, and I have, and regardless, I have to unlock bigger landing gear. So we're doing a little bit of science farming. Nah, I'm good, Tessa. There's more effective ways for this, no? I mean... Yeah, that's true, Swishio, but they're up in the mountains. The truck can't get up there. Yeah, PY, I guess if I, like, launched another Minmus lander, but I don't have... I only have a finite amount of rockets per the lore left, and I don't want to use them. I need them for station resupply. Amongst other things. Get a plane and fly to the island airfield. I mean... guys, I've already committed to doing this. Let's just keep doing this. You know? Does this fit in a Mark III bay? I'm not sure, Tessa. The EVA report, and I don't think the EVA science is going to get us anything. Yeah, Snow Prince. But see, like, dude, I'll be honest with you, I don't know if I've done that. I forget if I've done it already. Keep Bobby in the lander? No, it's not collision proof in the lander. Okay, can you not climb out, or? I'll be honest, not being able to climb out is gonna be a problem. If I can't store this stuff in the damn ESUs, what is it worth to me? Alright, hang on. Just climbing around. Yeah, there we go. Nice. Collect the data. Okay. It already had all those. That's weird. Snow prints. Oh, this is some new obsession. I use this account to monitor my 3D print, but I'm logged out. Oh, okay. All right. I got you. Snow. Okay. Yeah. Snow prints. Got it. All right. That makes more sense. I was like, yeah. This is a great song, isn't it? Alright, looks like we already got shores. I'm gonna go up here and I'm gonna see if there's a tree that pops up over here with the scatterer that we can grab. The KSC grass comes up at shores as shores. Yeah, Tessa, I see that. There's a crashed freedom rocket over there. Excuse me. Wrong pipe. Wrong pipe. Signs from the water. Oh yeah. Excuse me, one pipe. What's up, Dan? Like the whole Freddy thing that I got going here? I want to break free. I want to break free. Oh wait, what's that? What's that right there? We might have something. Summon down now. Could just be Scatterer. Echo Base. I got something. Not much, but it could be a life form. I was thinking Super Troopers. You have any idea how fast you were going? Nope. It's just Scatterer. Damn. What's that over there? It's just grass. Always has been. Meow, what is so dang funny? Yeah, Crash, right? You know what my favorite Helen Hunt movie is? Twister. I remember one being over here, but I don't know if it's random. I do remember there being a tree over here. It kind of looks like these trees, but it's a different shade of green. I bet your mom is happy with it. I don't think she knows, but I mean, if she's watching, then yeah, she probably does. I don't think she cares, but yeah. Who knows? Anybody see a tree that's that right there? What's that? Hold on. Stop the vehicle for a moment. See that one that's out there by itself? What is this? Bingo. Hey, dirt. Going on a little trip here. Commander Skywalker, do you copy? This is Rogue 2. This is Rogue 2. Captain Solo, do you copy? Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. very, very quiet. I'm hunting tweez. Wabbit season. Duck season. Fire! Less Rogue 2. Yep. Eric Johnson, Gardening Agency. That's right. Did you see some of the new F1 2021 gameplay? Negative. It's still funny, Tessa, yeah. Still funny to this day. Wabbit season. Duck season! I say it's duck season, and I say fire! It's just fucking takes a shotgun and puts it in his mouth. It's so funny, dude. Yeah, we're going like 60, 70 miles an hour. This is an overlanding truck, dude. I don't think an actual Hemet can do what this thing is doing right now. I mean, 25 meters a second. Yeah, that's like, it's 50 miles an hour, 50, 60. It's pretty good. I'm a shrubber, caveman. I buy and sell shrubs for trade. My name is EJ, the shrubber. I don't know, Tessa. I think they can go 50. But I don't think they can do this. Well, they probably can. I mean, it's a military. Probably can. Yeah, Clayton, that's right. Wabbit season. Duck season. Fire! So yeah, we're going high 50s. I mean, not bad considering we're carrying a couple tons of payload. Roger, the shrubber. Yep, see, now we're going 60 miles an hour. What's special about this tree? You can scan this one for science, because it's slightly different from all the other trees over there. Nice, Cyborg. How did the SpaceX launch go? Dragon's on orbit. Should rendezvous on Saturday, raised. Really cool. It has the IROSA panels in it, the new solar panels for the ISS. Pretty awesome. Scan the baobab tree. Oh. Oh, or don't. Yes, I can confirm. It is a tree. Yeah, Brahms, I placed it down. Stuff's over there. Vessel moved aborting scan, except for the fact that I didn't, but that's cool, I guess. Yeah, of course they will, John. Ground anchors when, right? There we go. Scan. Only 10 science. What biome are we in? It's just grasslands. Okay. Yeah, butting the truck up against the tree made it not move. Ten is better than 0. Yeah, you're not wrong. Wouldn't it be faster to go to Minmus and only do 2 hops? Yeah, you know, where were all the Minmus people when I decided to do this whole farming KSC thing? Yeah, where were you all then? Pretty sure you weren't here. You were saying, oh yeah, do the truck thing. So, I mean, it's really easy to second guess, you know, in hindsight, right? Like, you know, I'm just wondering where all these people that are saying there are better ways to do this, where were you guys when I started doing this? Hey Max, what's going on? People seem pretty vocal about this up until we went and started doing it. Just an idle thought. It's not. I'm just gonna keep doing this, guys. We've already started doing it. I have, I don't know, probably about 100 science on this thing, and I haven't even started scanning KSC yet. So that's actually what we're gonna do now. How was that work? Don't make excuses. We need about 700 J speed. I have about 100 right now, but I haven't done any of the scanning at KSC. You are close to the mountains. Not though, man. Let's just go farm out KSC. Actually, do you know what I'm gonna do, fellas? Here, hold on. We're gonna go into map view, and I'm gonna switch to the I'm gonna switch off this vehicle for a second. And then I'm just gonna recover the launch pad because we damaged it last time we launched the small SSTO. I mean, I could drive out to the mountain biome, guys. It would take, I don't know, about 30 minutes to drive out there and 30 to drive back. But I could go out and do that, or we could just farm KSC and get a lot more science a lot quicker, you know? And now that I've recovered the pad, we won't have to worry about the lag that happens when the pad's in range. Do you have a science plane in this save? Yes. Do you have a helicopter? Mm-hmm. Yeah, actually, Benno, it would be better to do that with the helo or the plane. Helicopters to the mountains, transporting the rack underneath. I can do that, Swishio. I think the science truck is fine for now. If we go through KSC and we don't get all the science that we need, then I'll consider driving, you know, towing that pallet out to the mountains with a helicopter. In fact, Swishio, that's why that docking port is there, to do exactly that. How damaged was the pad? It wasn't bad, Karama. It was actually the attachment plate, the adapter plate for the SSTO that was damaged. The pad was fine, but I just, yeah, I'm gonna recover it for now. The reason why, and I normally don't want to just recover the pad whenever I'm not using it. I want to leave it there, so I don't take a, because every time I recover it, I take a monetary hit, because it costs more to put it out there than it does to recover it. I don't get full return on it, because it's not on the launch pad. I get 98% return, so every time I recover it, it costs me money. But the thing is that for whatever reason, when the pad is in range, the Science Junior and the Goo experiment really lag the game out for whatever reason. Don't know why. So in order to save some time, I'm going to I recovered the pad. That's right, OQ2. Yep. What's your mustacher's name? Yes. Hey Moto, what's going on? Woo! Caught some air.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Just enjoying the day off from work. Watch out, there's a caterpillar on your face. I know, I put it there. Drunken Gamer, 45-month resub. What, you don't like caterpillars? Racist. Racist. Can you set max speed on the wheels? It's kind of the weight of what you're moving is really determinant of that. Yeah! Stuttered like a jack and big teeth. Tonight I'm gonna have myself a real good time. I feel alive. And the world, I turn it inside out, yeah. But who's on second? What's on first, Jim, though? I'm confused. It's not actually bad. I want to break free. Fat bottom girls, you make a rocky world go round. Get on your trucks and ride! How goes the science grind? We got about 100. About 100 science right now. But I haven't done much of KSC yet. I went out and put some weather stations out there, and then I got the grasslands biome. And then we scanned a tree. We scanned one of the baobab trees. I upgraded the science thing with a bunch of other experiments. So we're about to crank out science. We're gonna start getting science left and right here. Because I know that I've never gotten science from anything in the R&D facility. I never needed to. Do it for Dale. Brad, do it for Dale. Do you get more science from different trees? I'm not sure, Sea Dragon. No time for losing, 'cause we are the champions. Here. Well, we're cruising. Too much distortion. guitar's out of tune too. The A string. It's not right. Come on, get up that hill. Never enough distortion. Still good for lab stuffing, but so-so otherwise. Yep, yep. We caught the driver playing a guitar in the back of the vehicle. Nice, Dan. There you go. Here. It's the guitar is out of tune, but here. While we're just coasting. Fingers aren't working today. Perfect amount of distortion for the Lemon song. Alright, we're here. We gotta go. We'll play later. Cool. That's really cool. But now play Through the Fire and the Flames. Yeah. All right. All right. So, what biomes do I know I have? I know I have this. I don't have the SPH tanks unlocked. Let's go to the buildings that we have fully upgraded. Round tank, VAB tank, main building, VAB. I'm pretty sure I have all the VAB stuff, but there is... No stairway, man. Denied. Fingers working okay, but you need a flanger? Yeah. Alright, let's just try the straight VAB here. And boop. Oh, alright. Well, we got a good amount from that. There we go. UVA report. Nice. Take surface. Oh, nice. Alright, cool. Oop, I missed quick. Okay, come on, jump. I changed the lights, Swishio. Alright, so take the experiments there, take the data, collect the data, take the data! Yeah, those were all nice. Excellent. Now let's grab it all again. We'll grab it all again and we'll put it in the storage container. We should be able to load that up into one of the Liberty modules up there. Cool. So this is the one that I'm gonna have all the at the end of this. Bob will collect all the science from this. I'll have him take all the data, and then we'll hit the recovery button. We should get a ton of science from it. Well, Loopy, I think that's what we should use the last couple of freedoms for, right? Because if the crew up there is on a long duration stay, right? So, yeah, that makes sense. Apparently, I'm real dumb. How do you actually take something from the cargo and attach it to a different craft? Does my engineer have to be level 2? Hit I, go into construction mode, and right-click on a Kerbal backpack or an inventory spot. And if you want to attach it, so Ren, attaching it in construction mode is a little finicky. You have to wait until the item highlights green. If it's highlighted red, it won't attach. Yeah, those are from Maxer, Jake. Pretty cool. We need about 400, Berg. I'm shooting for 700 science. We should have a good amount, though. Yeah, we don't have to go very far to just go over here. And I have to get the truck up on the VAB tank here. You think I should fill 3, Loop? There we go. VAB tanks. Got it. I mean, I'll start filling 3, I guess. I mean, I've been filling 2, because I was thinking 1 Sigma, but... Oh, crap. I high-centered it? No, we're good. Oop. There's no reason you can't carry 2 science containers on the Sigma. No, not at all. Okay, now I have to run all the experiments again. And then I have to collect everything again. Download the data. Download the data, restore. Collect data, restore. Take the data. Take the data. Store the experiments there. Do it one more time. So this, I'm collecting the science 3 times over. So we'll be able to transfer it up to the science modules up on the space station. song name. This is Final Moment by Robert Parker. Final Moment. There we go. 2863.3. Repeating, of course. Okay. We got all the stuff that we wanted from the VAB tanks. Let me get this thing off of here. Okay. Road closures posted for BN 2.1 testing on June 7th, 8th, and 9th from 1 p.m. to 9 on all 3 days. Got it. What's that Robert Parker song about fruit? What? Banana. It's called I Recall. That's correct, Lego. On top of straight science rewards, we can process it in the lab. That's why I'm taking it 2 times over. So we have 54 science experiments in there. If let's just say that each one of those has an average of like 2 science, we have easily over 100 science in there, and I know it's more than that, believe it or not. There we go. Cool. X33 emotes when? Oh, jeez. Alright, let's go get the circular tank here. Gotta drive the truck up on the circle tank. Bananas are berries. What? Nope, it didn't give me round tank that time. Banana. I gotta go and restore the experiments anyway. Love the stash. Thanks, man. So guys, once again, what I'm doing here is I'm trying to get as much science as I can here. I'm trying to grind it out because I need those. I decided I need those 5-meter tanks. The SSTO isn't going to scale right unless I have 5-meter tanks unlocked, Kind of a little bit of an oversight on my part. 1,000 apologies. But, yeah, we gotta grind it out, and we are gonna end up with a very, very big SSTO. But it's okay. It's gonna be amazing. It's gonna be a really, really awesome thing. How does the EVA experiment work? You hit a golf ball? Yes, there's the round tank science. Excellent. See, it's all this little stuff. It's all gonna add up. Don't get me wrong, I probably could get more from going to Minmus, but I have a Minmus lander out there. It's just out of fuel. But, I mean, I don't want to waste the rockets that I have, dudes. That's the other thing. Take data. Take the data. Banana. What's up, Jeff? And this is kind of tedious a little bit. I do understand that. It's a little bit on, has a little bit of tedium to it, I guess. But, yeah. It's just kind of has to be that way. Do you think any future interplanetary craft I will do will have an interior? Well, the SSTO that I'm working on, Sea Dragon, is going to have a payload bay. So yeah, man. Yeah, absolutely. Alright, close the door. Next thing. We got a lot of science on board here. Alright, where's the next biome? So we got round tank. Store event. Oh boy. The astronaut complex and the flagpole I know I already got. I got the crawl away, I got the launch pad. Let's start tackling the R&D, guys. So we have R&D main building, corner lab, small lab. Oh yeah, we should be, we're right here. We'll start with R&D small lab. We could probably use the DSUS as a IUS. Or Shuttle or Centaur upper stage, yeah, pretty much. That should work, Loopy. I don't see why it wouldn't. As long as the payload fits inside of the payload bay, yeah. Sure, why not? Let's get the small R&D lab first. But make sure I'm on the R&D tile. Let's just make sure I have the entire R&D base. Here we go. Stop right here for a moment. Extend the ladder out. Oh, I don't even have the R&D palette. Nice. I don't have the R&D tile. Remo?
Hi.
What's up?
Hi, Chet. I am here to request vacation days on behalf of the EJSA. So my parents are coming not next week. My parents will be here on the 12th. They would like for us to meet them for dinner at 4 in the North End.
Yeah. On the 12th?
Yeah.
That's the deadline for the SST.
No, it's not. It's on Friday. I made you put it on Friday.
Is it?
Yes. Specifically because we were like, they're gonna be in town, but we don't know if they're gonna want to do anything.
Alright. Yeah, guys, I'm gonna need Saturdays. I'm gonna take Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday off, I think, and then we'll just resume the regular schedule on Wednesday, right? That's what we planned.
Yeah, but we'll figure it out. Like, I didn't know how many days you want. Like, I didn't know if you wanted to take the full week or not, but
No, because I want to take this week off too. Yeah, alright, so 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Okay.
Or 12, 13, 14, 15, and I'm back on the 16th. Nice, Sneaky.
Can we talk about how much you take this week off stream?
Sure.
What was I gonna say?
I don't know.
Now you're mad at me.
I'm not mad at you. Yeah, I always take the first week in July off.
I won't have that. Okay.
What?
I only get that Monday off.
That's alright, so?
Okay.
Is that alright? I mean, I probably won't end up taking that much time off then, but yeah, it's fine.
Alright. Saturday was the real one that I was worried about, so.
Yeah, it's fine.
Alright, cool.
Love you.
Love you too. I'm sorry.
I'm super annoyed by this.
I'm sorry to burden you with my family.
I don't know. That's not what's happening though. Also, I don't know if it said on that screenshot, but any of the triangles that are between the two hexes show up as KSC, which is an additional biome. Cool. See, without the launch pad being in render range because I recovered it, I can do this stuff real fast. And we could store it 3 times for Liberty 4 and Liberty 5. Cool. Will Sigma fit in a Mark III? It should. Yeah, I don't know why it wouldn't. Alright. So, Loopy, you're telling me that that triangle right there, let's back up. You can also stream early Saturday. You can also stream early Saturday and do racing. Yeah, I'll probably be around for racing. It's no problem, Bree. Yep. Grab scan from KSC. Good call, dude. Perform EVA Science. What is engineering mode? Engineering mode is my R&D save, Sea Dragon. That's where I basically do research and development for KSC. Or for KSP, excuse me. Alright, let's take the data. So, 4, 3... Man, each one of these beeps is getting me about 10 science, dudes. That's pretty good. I mean, it's not the best, but it's still pretty good. But it's getting me a ton of data, which also is super important. The data I can send up to the data I can send up to the space station for further science processing. It might be a good way to kill two birds with one stone here. There we go. Okay, I already got that. All right, next. So when we move to SSTO crewed flights, what's our crew return vehicle going to be, since I don't imagine the SSTO is going to live up there? The smaller SSTO, Loopy, is what I was thinking. Use the smaller SSTO for crew and just keep it up there. Yeah, that was the idea, at least. The big SSTO should never need to go to the station, but the small one would be nice to send up there. But that thing doesn't go orbital right now. I was thinking basically go back and mess with it a little more to get it to go orbital. Alright, R&D lab here. This is the small R&D lab here. We should be able to... Boop. Yeah, good amount of science there. Perfect. We could do that, Loop. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. Farming out that science, man. Something like this. Yeah. Any ideas what I should make in KSP? A boat. Make a boat. You won't. I'm usually not here during space news. What's up with Starship's testing? Haven't hopped since 15. They're aiming for orbital hypersonic. They're shooting for orbital, dude. My guess is the reason why, and this is a guess on my part, the reason why I think they're shooting for orbital is because of give me one moment. The reason why I think they're shooting for orbital is because they need to figure out how the heat shield's going to work on Starship, and they don't want to iterate more on the design until they get some good data on how the heat shield works. I'll bet you they go back to doing hops after this orbital test, and then we start seeing more super heavy tests. But they're trying to iterate on Starship, right? And now that I'm pretty sure they're confident that Starship can hop, right? And it can do that flip and burn, and it shouldn't be too much of an issue. Right? But in order to finalize kind of Starship's design, you gotta, the heat shield is a huge part of it, and I think SpaceX is gonna just yeet one into the atmosphere and see what it does to get data on it. Well, not I think, I know that that's what they're gonna do from the FCC filing, so. Okay, Small R&D lab is complete. I'm going to make an SSDO that I designed to launch vertically, but launch it horizontally. Right. Yeah, have fun. Central building is right here. Actually, the main building is right next to us, so we'll just back up. Because my daddy taught me good. Nope. Didn't give me what I wanted. R&D main building, there it is. Is it bad if I get excited when you have a reason to back the van up into a parking spot? I mean, a little bit sneaky, yeah. It's a little weird. The frickin' ladder doesn't work if we're on an incline. That's really annoying. So the first science container that I'm actually loading stuff into here is the one we're gonna farm. We're just gonna grab for straight science, and then the other ones I'm loading up because if I'm here, I might as well do this 2 or 3 times over, right? Might as well do it a couple times over because I can load those into a capsule, and we could bring that up to the Bob. We could bring that up to the space station. I know I need to load this another time. I just wanted to get this away. Hey, Bandit. Looks like one of those videos. You guys ever watch that Jackass vid where they're driving around in a box truck and they try to have a roller disco in the box truck when it's driving around? He slams on the brakes and everyone goes forward and slams into the wall. Oh my god, it's so stupid. Box truck roller disco, man. It's so dumb. But man, was it funny. I am Bob Kerman. This is Box Truck Science. Oh! Oh my goodness. That's so funny. Okay. We gotta go over to the side building over here. No, Bree, we'll talk about it later, okay? Please. Gotta find a good place I can back the truck in so I can get it to touch the building. That's really what this is about. We gotta get it to touch the lab. So once again, in case anybody's popping in, you just popped in, you're wondering why the title says SSTO construction and then this says this, right? I need 5-meter tanks for the SSTO. I miscalculated. I misunderestimated what tanks I need. To do the scaling right with the aero shell for the SSTO, for the aerodynamic surfaces, because the idea was to make a small one and then make a big one that's just a bigger version of the same thing. You know, I need 5-meter tanks, and I don't have 5-meter tanks. So we gotta fix that. So we're on a little bit of a science grind here. And I figure while I'm here, I might as well grab the science 2 or 3 times over and then use some of the extra Freedom rockets that we have left over to send a Sigma up to the space station and load more science up there so I can increase the science output on the station. Yeah, I have misunderestimated. So every one of these that I grab, I'm getting the science 2 times over. Or, well, 3 times over, but... So, like I said, it's not the most riveting gameplay, but it will really... This will really get some really nice returns. We should be able to grab a lot of science real quick. And then if I send this up, we have a... we send this up on Sigma, and I load those ESUs onto a Sigma capsule. We will really get some good science from the station up there. How much science do I need? Ideally about 400. Or no, ideally about 700, excuse me. But 400 would be good enough at this time. Side lab. Side door. See, it's not much science, but all of it will add up. Hold on a minute. I didn't grab these. There we go. Now we're back on track. And once again, I'm collecting it a couple of times over. So I can do science up at the station. And I have all the experiments bound to run on an action group, which is why I keep switching back to the truck. the truck's moving. We need to make sure it says R&D side lab. Cool. Excellent. Send a plane to the desert airfield. You can collect more data there. Yeah, I will when I'm done doing this, because this is what I decided to do, and I don't... Changing it now will... Changing up what I'm trying to do right now is just going to waste more time, so I'm not going to do that right now, but maybe later. I don't think I have a plane, Louisa, that can make it out there. We have R&D tanks. I got main building, I got central building, I got side lab, I got small lab, I got R&D. We need the observatory, tanks, wind tunnel, and corner lab. So let's do the observatory now. Observatory. Yeah, this thing is a little bit too tall for that, I think, Luke. You know what's also a good trick? Spinning. Spinning is a good trick. I don't know if you knew that. Mazepin knows. One more time. I have a plane switchio. You guys just never funded any plane research. But then again, I haven't really proposed any either. Is there a counter to see how much science I have so far? I have 126 experiments in there, and I'd say like an average experiment has like 2. So we're it could be more though, like
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Ja, what's up, man? Will that get us what we want? R&D tanks, there we go. I just blew up one of my fog lights, but it's alright. Snakes, what's going on? $26 months, Ja. How you doing, man? And the counter of each experiment producing 2 is like average. Most of them are above that. They're 3, 4, and 5. So, I mean, best case scenario, it's over 500 science. Worst case scenario, we have 200. Which is certainly enough to get stuff done, man. That's for sure. And I'm also collecting the science 2 times over. And the reason why I'm doing that is so we can late load some stuff onto a payload, onto a resupply capsule for the station. And we can load these into the labs and generate more science up there. So we're going to get a real bang for our buck with this mission. The only thing about this is that this is tedious. It just takes time, that's all. Go. Still less time than revising an arrow shell. I mean, Sneaky, you're not wrong. Come on, Jesse Kerman. We need science in the trailer. All right, so I got R&D tanks. I got observatory. We need wind tunnel and corner lab. It's not level 3, Loopy. Yeah, there's the wind tunnel. I wish we could use it. That'd be really useful. Now you're on. All right, fellas, I'm gonna have to take a break here in a second. I gotta talk to Bree about vacation stuff. The plans are evolving very rapidly, very quickly. I still need the 12th, 13th, 14th off, etc., but plans are evolving. Like, each one of those EVA reports we're getting is 5 science. So, that's actually pretty good, man. Truck is moving, and I don't have control over it. Kerbal suspension is taking over. Xeon, you remember deadline is fictitious, family is real. I understand what you're saying, and you're absolutely right. That's the reason why I put the deadline before that. But the deadline's also my job. And I don't like underperforming at work, dude. I don't want to be the weak link. Screw that. Corner lab. Rocket Lab's evaluating Vandenberg as a possible launch site. Cool. I'm gonna guess Neutron, Thomas, because, oh no. It could be Electron. Did you get the small lab? I've gotten small lab, center building, side lab, observatory, R&D tile, R&D main building, wind tunnel, and now I just need corner lab. Just blame it on the new guy? There is no new guy! Here, let me see on average what we're getting from this. Let's tally this up. So, surface sample is 5.4. EVA report is 1.4. So we have 6.8 right there. Run the experiments. Here, we'll do this out. So we have 6.8 plus 4.5. Plus 3.6 plus 1.4 plus 2.2 plus 3.6 plus 3.6 plus 1.8 27 science, give or take. 27 science per. And how many of these have I done? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So, okay, we're close. But there's also all the other science that I have, so. Good for about 250 science from just the R&D lab, and I did other things, so I would say we're hovering around 300 science right now. I didn't even do crew reports. How much is the crew report gonna get you? They don't... Ah! Perfect. 154 in there. They don't really give us much loot. Yeah, that's why I just said screw it. Alright, we have all of the R&D loaded onto the truck. I wish we had these trucks in game. That would be pretty cool. Yeah, it's like 5 science. It's not worth the time. So I have all of the VAB, all of this. What about the astronaut complex? Some of the experiments last time I went through to collect science, I didn't have unlocked. So I'll try astronaut complex, flagpole, and admin and see what that gets us. R&D guys won't let you drive the truck. I am the R&D guy. Dang it. Is the astronaut complex max upgraded? It is. Don't type and drive. It's girlfriend, King. I don't know what to tell you, man. How long until the science grind is over? We're probably more than 2/3 of the way done with this right now. It depends on how much science we get, though, dude, right? Like, that's really important. So the other thing is, like, I'm getting the science 3 times over, because it's better to just grab it a couple of extra times here. It's better to just grab it a couple of extra times and then send that up to the labs for processing. Yeah, some of these I already had. That's right, I already had it. Because I run these experiments before, but some of it I don't. I guess when we send it up to the science laboratory, we'll see what we can load and what we can't. Because some of it, yeah, some of these experiments I've already done. There we go. Okay, flagpole. Guys, don't sit on the flagpole, because then you'll be a flagpole sitter. Don't do that. You're not sick, but you're not well. Paranoia, paranoia, everybody's trying to get me. No? Alright. Yeah, that might be... Well, I've made older references, but... Come on, baby. Alright, brakes. We're going too fast. Too fast. Could your scientists just sit in the lander can? Sure. I mean, yeah, Victory, we could. But that's like having a trucker say, oh yeah, ride in the trailer. It's fine, nothing bad will happen. It's not caged like this is. The cab of this vehicle is a gigantic roll cage. There we go. So I don't want a Kerbal riding back there, and if I accidentally flip the vehicle, I know they'll be fine in there. I could drive the vehicle off a cliff. I drove it off the top of the VAB one time, and it was fine. So I don't want to do that now because I don't know. I've never rolled the science module, and I honestly don't want to try it. I don't want to risk a Kerbal. I know I've gotten... no, hold on. See what I mean about riding in the trailer? No, no, don't plant the... Ah. Flag on the flag. My flag's better. KSC flag's like... Yeah, sure. Yeah, I just don't want him riding in the trailer, dude. It's not roll proof. Well, I mean, I don't know that for sure, but I don't want to test it. I'll tell you what. Excuse me. It does seem a little top heavy, just like the real Hemets. Yeah, I mean, if you want to make something go off road, it ends up being a little top heavy. It's kind of, you need higher ground clearance. Truck center of mass tends to be higher. But I know that they'll be fine in that cage, though. You know. I know I've gotten astronaut complex before, so I'm not gonna collect that for the science, for the lab, for up there. My flagpole strong and durable. Yo flagpole like a Kerbal. Look like my truck looked like supersize. Your truck looked like 2 fries. Yeah, see, there was a bunch of zeros in there. So I'm only going to collect this once. I've been thinking about getting back into KSP. Hey, Cat King. Yeah, long time no see, man. What's up? Do you have any tips for someone learning the ropes again? Keep it simple. I mean, Cat King, same stuff. Just keep it simple. Learn and understand the Kerbal construction features because some of the core gameplay has changed because we have Kerbal construction now. Kerbals can build things outside. We have Kerbal attachment system in the stock game, so just keep in mind, you know, that some of the rules have changed, you know? I don't have the tracking station stuff up. I'm gonna leave that for another day, and I'll leave obviously the upgraded SPH and mission control. So I got all the science from the R&D, but I actually think I think we got everything. I got the VAB tanks. Yeah, there's a bunch of new features and stuff, man. Sure, O-Force, I'll link the map for you. There you go. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna drive the... Oh, crap, that's really steep. No, 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 no. That would have ended poorly. I'm gonna drive the science pallet out here, and I'm just gonna leave it. I'll leave the science pallet there, but I'll have Bob take one of the science containers out with the most amount of science in it. And then I'll drive the truck back and we'll recover it and we'll see how much science we get. Yeah, Jason, of course. My truck, so hot it's stolen. Your truck looked like Gary Coleman. My truck, large like the Chargers, the whole team. Your stuff looked like you 14. It's a great song. It's not, but it's a great song. And Tessa, are you still here? Tessa, where does the biome for... I mean, we could go to the mountain biome if we really wanted to, but I don't know, man. Hey, there's Minmus. If we don't get the science that we need, I'll consider a Minmus mission. There's two biomes over there, Highland and Mountain. How far do you think the trek is? I'm serious. What are we talking here? Can you throw a ball over them mountains? Back in 1982, Frill. I could have been it. Could have been the kid. Could have thrown a ball over those mountains. Minmus Rover. You know what, Tessa? I'll save them if I need another emergency science relief package. You know? Nah, let's cap off the mission. 20 to 30 minutes each way. I'll do that stuff with a helicopter, guys, to be honest. I'll have the helicopter lift this science package here, and we'll just tow this exact science package out there. I know, Chief, it happens. That's helicopter. Oh, yeah. That's out here. I took all of the spare dart parts that I had and... yeah. God damn it. How's Big Chungus coming along? I'm getting there. Is this a boneyard? It's just my end of life area. One of these days, dudes, I'll bring a hangar. We'll build a hangar out here, and I'll make it a museum. These are all parts, different parts from Dart. That's parts from the one that crashed that killed Jeb right there. Yeah. These are the 4 capsules that I first used to put Kerbals in space. That's parts from a crashed Dart. That's parts from a crashed Dart. That's parts from a crashed Dart. That is a Dart that crashed that I fixed. That's X-07. It's still around. Phoenix is still here. And then Explorer is the one that's up there. We lost Voyager and Pathfinder. If I ever get a boat, I'll go and save Pathfinder's parts and I'll bring them here too. Yeah. Not ideal. Not ideal. Pathfinder crashed in the water. Yep. I mean, I don't need a boat to go and get it on land, that's for sure. Nah, they probably scrapped it, Reagan. Who knows? No, John. You could straight up pick up the pallet from the top with the pod recovery helo. I don't imagine you wouldn't have put the top docking port on the COM. Yeah, see, Loopy, very keen-eyed. Swishio noticed that too. Oh yeah, that's there for a reason. Yeah. Thought of everything with the science pod, you know? So, like, if the K200 here, guys, just on a side note, if anybody's, like, wondering, you know, I have, like, construction and recovery pallets over here. See, this pallet has a crane on it. I can latch this, pick it up, and I can put a crane on the back of this thing. I use it to recover parts, so I just leave it out here. There. So, here's what we're gonna do. Ready? We're gonna take 180. News! Doo-doo caca poo poo pee. Sorry. PC load letter? The frick does that mean? Okay, shut the door. Man, it's still going. Haha, signs go brrrr. So, I can use this to pick up different pieces. This is a recovery pallet that got destroyed. I should probably come out here and, you know, grab this and take it apart. We don't really need this here. That's just junk parts. But then again, we could part it out and make something cool with it. What's with the telepathy again? Yes. Yes. Doo-doo, caca-poo-poo, pee-pee. Alright, we have all the science. He has 180 science aboard. Alright. Yeah, we locked the science trailer. I kind of left it spaced out away from everything else, Loopy, so I could get at it with the helicopter. My Sky Crane helicopter could just land on it, and then I could just use the robotics to just pick it up, and then free float the robotics, and then whoop, then we can helicopter that exact pallet anywhere. And it's also out of render range for launch pads, which is good. Alright, drive back. Bob is burdened with the most glorious knowledge. Knowledge. Alright, we'll drive the truck back to the runway here. How much fuel did we use? Nothing. Whoa, hey now. Yeah, okay. We're going 70 miles an hour? That's pretty good, considering. Peepo Drive. Monka steer. No, Grab Shark, I live my life a quarter pounder at a time, okay? I live my life a quarter pounder at a time. For those 10 bites or less, I'm free. Alright. Let's see how much science we get from this, dudes. Stoppy bonus. Okay. Samir, you're wrecking the car. Bill, you're wrecking the car, my man. Samir, listen to me, man. Listen to me, Samir. You're breaking the car, Samir. A quarter gumball at a time. Nice, so forth. All right, let's see how much science we got. Ideally, we need 700. But 400 would do. Come on. Come on. Dude, I keep looking out of the corner of my eye. I'm like, who the hell is that? Oh, that's me with a mustache. That's weird. Looks good, though. Oh! Oh! Yeah! 465 science. Holy balls. Oh, man. I think we're okay. Yes. How much did you need? I needed about 700. Yeah, Swishio, we'll make it look cool. I could send some to space, John. Yeah, I probably won't do that exactly today, but, I mean, good. Yes. Parts. Yep, we got the truck back, and we got Bill and Bob. All right. Oh. How much do we urgently need? Urgently, Loopy, I needed 550 to unlock metamaterials, the 5-meter tanks. So then I need this one after that. That's the 700 that I needed because I had 100 science on, or I had 150 when we started. So ideally we're gonna have about 50 science left over, so we need 250 more. Hey Hunts, 34-month resub. So I will now be unlocking this, and we will get the big fuel tanks, and I have to redesign some stuff. We can make do by stacking the smaller landing gear in the short term, right? Correct. That's why I said ideally enough science for both of these, but this is good enough. I can do work with this. No, Karate, I had to do some other things. Yeah, a Minmus lander would probably be a good idea for the next one. Yeah, the Octo 2. The Octo 2 would be good for automatic pilots, but that's another story. Or we could unlock the Aerospike right now, but that's not a good idea. This mustache snuck up on you. Yeah, I got it because I was doing the drywall up there at the new McDonald's. I'll tell you what I do, man. Launch 2 rockets at the same time, man. Damn straight, I always wanted to do that. Yeah, I figure I hooked that up. If I don't want the engines to turn inwards towards the Reliant, should I turn their ability to yaw off? Yeah. You don't want your verniers hitting? Point them out a little bit. Point them out a little bit. It'll be fine. I landed the lander drummer and we got some science from it, dude. Yeah, we can get rid of that image. All right, we're gonna unlock high performance fuel systems here. Ready? Man, those tanks are expensive. Oh, frick. All right, I know I'm gonna need the S4256. And then I know I'm going to need the adapters. And then I know I'm going to need the S4128. I don't necessarily need these. That's the big 375 tank. No, I still got 1 million left, guys, but I still have to put the pad out. So, you know, if we were going to if we're going to launch more Freedom rockets, 200 of that is basically tied up in equity in the form of a launch pad. But yeah, dude, we cranked that out. Yeah, Loopy's right. Those motors only do this. They don't do this. They can only move in one way. So if you wanted it to yaw, you'd have to put them in 4x symmetry. Okay. All right, I have the big boy fuel tanks unlocked. Let me just get a ballpark for what we need here. Get rid of that. Actually, don't get rid of... Get rid of everything but the fairing. So, delete the fairing. And, 5-meter tanks. So, the other SSTO, its aft tank configuration is two X232s. So it's 2 5-meters side by side. So our equivalent here would be this. Frick me, that's big. Oh, I hit tilt by accident. Fat fingered it again like an idiot. Wow. It fits, for what it's worth. Yeah, it should fit proportionally, almost exact. That's really good. And then I need the 128, one of these guys. And then the 128 needs to go up here, right? And then it needs to be tilted inwards. I think that's how I set those up. Let me check the other one. $10. It's tilted in 10 degrees. Yep, tilted in 10. So now we got to figure out a way to shoehorn this in here. There it is. Holy jeez, this thing's gonna be a freaking monster. Oh my goodness. The fuel farm. The fuel farm for this thing is going to be insane. I need to, no, don't worry about that. Okay. Yeah, 10 degrees inward there, 10 degrees there. I gotta go make him a custom craft file, guys. So, and then I gotta make a new forward bilobe tank as well. We're gonna have to go and redo all that. It's the Venture Star, Rain. How are you? Yeah, it's pretty nuts. Yeah, that's gonna be insane. We're gonna have well beyond 18 tons. This, yeah, well, we could put whatever in the payload bay and it'll fly. I'm gonna need a bigger fuel truck. Yeah, screw that. I'm probably gonna. Yeah, that. I'll probably incorporate drills into the pad because...
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, I still need to unlock the bigger landing gear, Frilled. But, yeah, we're gonna need drills and ore tanks incorporated into the fuel farm on the pad. There is... I don't think I can make a fuel truck this big unless we want to sit there and spend like an hour every day filling the pad up with fuel, right? Like, no. There's oil under the pad? Oh, crap. I don't know. Crap. Yeah, Drummer, I can remake the arrow shell easily enough, or I can pick parts out, but I need to make a new prototype. We need fuel tank, or no, I need to basically make a new craft file. So this is the LV, LV launch vehicle number 5B1, I guess. Forward bilobe tank. Five-meter bilobe tank variant for LV5B. Updated.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Thanks for the sub. Hey, Airborne, what's going on? You've been here forever. Yeah. Ark Havinus had a sub in there, too, for 30 months. Thank you. Could you technically run a pipeline? Yeah. Alright. So, guys, what I'm gonna do real quick is I gotta go talk to Brimo about something. I'll be back in less than 5 minutes, okay? Here, I'll just load up a picture of the first SSTO here. We could fuel directly from the truck, Nulty, but that would be a big frigging truck. The truck would be...
Discovery, go at throttle up.
ridiculous. I mean, this is part of the reason why SpaceX wants to produce propellants on site, you know? Hey, MotoKid, 62-month resub. Oh, the other thing that we could do is just have an ISOU on the pad and make a truck that just loads ore into it instead. Because ore can be stored at a much higher density, so I can make a much smaller truck, you know? And we could just load trucks with ore into the pad, and it'll refine it as fuel, and we could just leave it there when we're flying around in space, or time warping, or whatever, and it'll just keep refining fuel for the pad. So FCC space licenses, Space Exploration Technologies Corporation, experimental orbital demo and recovery test for Starship. Cool. All right, guys, I'll be right back. 1 second, okay? I'm not worried, drummer. I'll be back in a second. Okay. Plans are finished. We're good. Post canard memes? Don't you dare post canard memes in here. The straight up tip link, Karate? Just hit the tip button. What about Ilanaron memes? Sure. The Ilanaron memes. I get it now. Alright, let's go. Forward bilobe tank. Let me merge files with the original one here. Okay, so the original one is that tank with one of these on top of it. Alright, cool. So this one is going to be S4 one. Oh, jeez. The scale dough. And then it was one of these. Wow. Okay. Holy jeez. Look at what we got here. The silly penguin is back again. Pretty much, Karama. Alright, I gotta make a ruler real quick. Are we sure? Yeah, I unlocked the big boy tanks, guys. You know what? Yep, that's what it is. Just 3. Okay. This thing is going to cost like 500k a pop. Testing could be expensive. Well, TD, that's the reason why we tested with the small one. I tested with the small one, and I make an exact proportional replica of it using 5-meter tanks instead of 2.5-meter tanks, and using the bigger triangles instead of the smaller triangles that are proportionally the same, and make the same aeroshell and double the wings. It should fly exactly the same, and not should, it will. I have to build it exactly like the... It's gonna... Dude, it is literally gonna look like a bigger version of the small one. And it's gonna be friggin' gigantic, yeah. I did not think this would be this big. Alright, so I'm going to make a ruler that marks a 5-meter tank diameter. I mean, the pad for this thing is going to be... Yeah. The pad for this is going to be... Yeah. Honestly, that's what I'm worried about. It shouldn't take too long to build this thing. Fairing staged. And then... Right, so... Holy jeez. Look at what we have here. That silly penguin is back again. No, Mr. Madison, no penguin. You got too much sun today. There's no penguin. It's too damn hot for a penguin to be just walking around here. I gotta send him back to the South Pole. Dude, this is gonna be freaking huge, man. This is, so, this right here, with no fuel in it, weighs as much as the small SSTO. It has some fuel in it? Oh, okay. Alright. Oh, okay. Okay, alright. It's only 30 tons. I was gonna say, wait a minute. That doesn't seem right. Oh, I see what's going on in here. So sorry to interrupt. So, guys, you see how I clipped the tanks together? For the newer viewers, I don't really like clipping fuel tanks like this. So what I do to make up for that is I encase the tanks in a fairing, and the fairing is taking up the volume that the tanks are clipped into. It's basically my way.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
It's basically my way of making custom fuel tank shape. Frick. What was I talking about? I put this in your tanks and burn it. You want me to burn your tip, or I don't know what to do with my hands. I know what to do with my hands. It felt like I was on a spaceship. Car's running real good. Car's running real good. Get that space, boy. Thanks, Karate. Thanks, man. I really appreciate it. You didn't have to do that, man. But thank you. It means a lot. Yeah. I'm trying to burn it. Trying to burn it as best I can, man. This SSTO is way more complicated than I thought it. Well, no, I knew it was going to be this complicated. It's just when you actually go and do it, you're like, come on, you apes. You want to live forever? Thanks, man. That's pretty cool. Perfect. It's weird how, even though the tank shapes are slightly different, proportionally everything kind of lines up. Excellent. Tars, what's up, man? Would robotics be able to lift big chungus, or would you need Kraken tech? Robotics should be able to do it. Should. Operative word. All right, let's get some strut work in here. So. I'm strutting these in the exact same way that I strutted them on the other SSTOs. Or the other SSTO design. those little boys go to the fairing there, man.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Dude, what are you doing? What are you doing? That was 20 subs. What are you doing? Why? Didn't you like have a house to fix because of the flood or something? Like, what? Because of the cold? Karate, Jesus, man. I'll tell you what I'd do with that money, man. I'm gonna go buy 2 Big Macs and eat them at the same time, man. Dang straight, always wanted to do that. Let's just say we reclaimed a little cash today. All right. Okay, man. Well, that's good, man. Thank you. I appreciate it. Jeez.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Oh, not you two. Oh, I'm never gonna get this done. I'm never gonna get this done. I mean, don't stop,
Discovery,
but also...
go and throttle up.
Crap. Jared, 24-month resub. Oh, no. Oh, no. I'm screwed. You wanted a case. We brought you a case. A case with 4 stones in it! Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. Just, I really want to try to hit this damn deadline for a change. It's just... Oh, great. Great, Tape. Great. Kenwa with the bits. And then Tape got...
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Yeah. Of course. Of course you did. Of course that happens. Why wouldn't it? 0 stones, 0 bits, 0
Discovery, go and
crates!
throttle up.
Thanks, dudes. You guys are too good to me.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Jeez.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Thanks, guys. Mock, thank you very much. Sun Temple with 100 bits. You broke the notifier, I think. I gotta turn it off and turn it back on. Steam, they do this, man. And I don't know what to do. It's always awkward every time. Like, I'm not gonna say that I've, like, fully gotten used to that, dude, but it's still weird.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Great. Alright, great. You too? Nice. JuiceBot gifted a sub. Kenwa gifted a sub.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Ugh. Dude. What the f...
Griffin, Tranquility
Umbra.
Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Was that a tier 3? JuiceBot gifted a tier 3 sub to Distorted?
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Sneaky, don't try to stop it. It just...
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Claudeboy had 10 subs. Kenwa gifted a sub to Vash. JuiceBot gifted a tier 3 sub to Distorted.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Holy frick, dudes. Yeah. Yeah, Tessa, right.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Okay, gifted a sub. Gifted a tier 3 sub to Chuck Norris. Oh, great. River, you too. Thanks, guys. Well, shoot. Well, you don't need $1 million to do nothing. I would do nothing. Can't say no to Chuck. Screw you and thank you, right? Like, Chuck, now you know how I feel, man. Shoot. Thanks. Thanks, guys. Thanks for all the support, really. Alright, so there's the forward bilobe tank with all the struts in
Discovery,
place.
go and throttle up.
Eminem 6-month resub. Every little bit helps. Yeah, it does, man. There are so many sub notifications there. I can't keep up with chat. Duke gifted 5 subs in there, I think. Tybot had a 64-month resub. Max Q had 5 more subs after that. Holy shnikes, guys. Just makes me want to work harder, I'm not gonna lie to you. Dolly, I ran out of ads to watch. Time to contribute. So once you have the fuel built out, we'll be able to see how much this thing's gonna cost per
Discovery,
flight.
go at throttle up.
Yeah. Okie gifted a sub to iPeer. iPeer. Wow. All right. That's a name I haven't heard in a
Discovery,
long
go at
time.
throttle up.
Long time. Wisp, 23-month resub. Thank you. Shoot, man. I'll tell you what, man. It didn't mean $1 million to do nothing, man. They look at my cousin. He's broke and don't do nothing. All right, so the way we had that
go at throttle up.
Okay, I tried to refocus. B-Soul gifted 5. Thanks, man. Yeah, iPeer, I don't get it either, man. I'm not even gonna sit here and try to understand what's happening. Just... Hi, by the way. Long time no see, man. Oh, hi, Pierre. How's things with you been? Nobody even said the name 3 times. Yeah, right. Right. Tell you what, man. Yeah, oh, Force, I can't say that out loud because I'm worried that if I said that out loud, somebody would actually do it. Scam train activated. Thanks, Tessa. Thanks, Swishio. I can now only think of my pick, go fly pick. Yes. Alright, so, guys, that's the tank. That's it right there. Let me get another ruler out. This is the large Chungus SSTO. What's the difference between inclination, ejection, and longitude of ascending node? Inclination is how tilted your orbit is relative to the equator. Ejection angle is the angle relative to prograde and retrograde velocity of the celestial body that you're orbiting around in degrees. That's basically the place where the angle that you leave relative to the planet's prograde velocity. And then longitude of ascending node is the longitude readout of where your ascending node is over a planet. And Mana did 45 bit tips, and then Duke had 10 subs in there. Oh my goodness. Karate, you started this. This is your fault.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Frango, 8-month resub, 7 hours later. Nice, Snackless. Very good.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Thick monk. I mean...
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Night Sensation resubscribed with a 7-month resub. Duke of Normandy gifted 10 subs there, and Reaper Spawn gifted another 10 subs there. Do I have to... Don't tell me I have to do the auctioneer thing again, man. I mean, I do... I do the mustache to be able to do the auctioneer voice. We can do the auctioneer voice. We can talk really fast. We can talk really fast. We get 10 steps to get you to respond. We get 10 steps to get you to Duke. No, we got 10. We go 5. We go 10. We go 5. 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 10 steps. 5, 10 to 5 steps. 10 to 5 steps going once. 10 to 5 steps. 7 to 5 steps going twice. Sold. Oh, Jeff, sorry, bidding ended. Yeah, Sebi, I don't hate that.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Karate extended the sub through May. Well, Karate, I'll tell you what. It's good to hear that you're doing okay. Yeah, Swishio, level 5, whatever that means.
Go at throttle up.
Okay. Are you just communicating through gifted subs now? Is that how this works? Yep, Cletus, 5-meter tanks.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yep, 5-meter tanks, dude.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
There. Yeah, Swishio, right? It's quite large. Alright, so let's get the struts run for this thing. I don't need fuel in the tanks to start. Reaper, 12-month resub. Fractal gifted a sub to Altio. Thanks, guys. Thank you. What did the SSTO say after we got the bigger tanks? Thank you.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Alright, I gotta figure out the strut work for this. I think I can run one strut right here. That holds those tanks together. But the 5-meter tanks directly 2 times heavier. No, they're like 4 times. But they hold 4 times the fuel. Well, we could do out the proportions right here. Oh. 10 times. Nice. Did the science point map help at all? Jaka, yeah, Chad, tell we got 450 science from it, man. Yeah, no, we're good. Totally alright, man. There we go. Yeah, I unlocked the 5-meter tanks. I'm building the new ones right now. Thoughts on the new fireworks being added? Cool addition. That's about it. It's neat. Only thing is you need those larger landing gear now even more. I don't need them right now, but yeah, we will need them. We will need them eventually. Why is the front tank not straight? Because there's going to be 2 of these tanks on either side, Grab Shark. There's going to be another one with the tank pointed in. Any bets on initial Delta V? Well, I will get you guys a Delta V readout here in a moment. The other thing I got to do is go into the 5B1 forward tank here, and I have to remove these struts from symmetry. Okay. All right. What does it look like with white struts? Not that big of a difference. What? I thought that was the whole thing. On the other tank? Sloppy. What does the fairing do? These are going to be inside of the aero shell. They're going to be inside of basically a housing of panels and wings. And I put the tanks inside of fairings to, 1, make up for the volume of that the tanks are clipped. 2, make the tanks heavier than they already are. But 3, the most important one is to make them aerodynamically occluded, to make sure that drag is going off the back of the vehicle. Very important there. Fairing is better than just a nose cone? Not 100% sure, Arrow. I think so. Yeah. But nose cones wouldn't help me here in this scenario. Like, it's a part thing. I guess it's a part thing at that point, because these tanks aren't connected to anything, and that tank isn't connected. I need 3 nose cones to do what 1 fairing does, you know what I mean? Okay, both the tanks are good to go. So, we have to go start parting this thing out. How am I going to do that? Yeah, there's the regular size one. Well, not regular. That's the small one. So I'm going to take that off of here for a second. 5B1 is the designation. That'll be the designation for the 5-meter tank variant. So I got to get rid of that. We got to redo the engine mount positions. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. And honestly, just get rid of this. Yeah, I'm gonna have to redo all the strutting in here. I'm gonna name this one to parts. Rename that to parts. And then what I'm going to do is we got to make a fuel tank prototype, fuel tank configuration. LV5, Launch Vehicle 5, Bravo, Revision 1, Master Fuel Tank Config. $5M tanks updated 6/3/21. Yeah, Swishy, yeah, we're gonna have to, but I'll get you an answer here in a second. So I need the 5B1 forward tank merge. Take this off, go here like this, get rid of that, go here like this, reroute it to that, get rid of this. Okay. Now, merge the 5B1 parts file. And give me a second. We're gonna need to do some modifications here. So before we were using a 2.5 panel as the master piece. This has a bigger attachment node. So I might need to get an adapter. Some type of adapter here that'll help me get it down to the right size. Shoot, I don't know if an adapter like that exists. The only adapter I think that does that is Frick. You fricking fricks! This one. Yeah, this thing, which is also a fuel tank. What's the dry mass on this? 15 tons, so it's 1.8 tons, 1,800 kilos. Kilos. That shouldn't be an issue, at least I'm pretty sure. Okay. Hey, Envy, what's going on, man? Yeah. Whoa. How am I going to launch this? I think we skipped a step between Dart and this. A dart for scale? It's so small, man. It's so tiny. Look at this little baby. Little baby dart. Think we figured out how to bring the last dart back down? Yeah. Yeah, Kerbal Construct, remove the wings. Or just fold them up. Yeah, I can do that. Just fold the wings up. Bring it back down, take it out, fold the wings back down, put it over in the museum. Alright, so, fellas and ladies, hang on a second, okay? We gotta do some calculations out, alright? So, I have to get rid of the arrow shell for a second, okay? Don't get upset. I know it, I can feel it, you're getting upset. Because I gotta do the right strut work here. We gotta make sure the strut work is being done correctly, okay? I said don't get upset. Hang on a minute. No, reload this craft file. Yeah, prototype 1 is when we'll pick the arrow shell apart. Okay, so for this variant right here, I'm gonna rename this to Prototype 2. then I'm going to reload the fuel tank config. And now we'll get rid of the arrow shell. We just got to do some mass calculations out. That's all. That's just going to involve me getting rid of this stuff for a moment. We have to do the strut work. I have to do the mass calculations, and we have to put those engine things on. Yeah. So here's what I'm gonna do first. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, that gets that out of the way. Folding wings with Kerbal construction. Yeah. Yeah. Lulz, yeah, you don't even need robotics. Just have a Kerbal walk out there and fold the wings up if you make the craft file correctly. Yeah, sure. Why not? Jeez. You know what? I decided against that. If we want the arrow shell to stay the same, I need to have markers.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Captain Karate gifted us up to having famous. Thanks, man. You're too good to me, dude. Too good to me. Alright, just dump the struts for a second. 130 tons dry with, yeah, okay. That's not bad. It's not the worst. Really, it's not bad. Okay. So yeah, what I'm gonna do is just do what I did before. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then go up with this. Okay, and then I remember now that this entire thing is moved up, and then these fuel tanks are also moved up. A couple ticks like that to get the nose cone to nose down a little bit. I did that on the smaller one. I offset it just a little bit. So I'm going to go back into my forward bilobe craft file, and I'm going to take that and just move those up too, just like that. Cool. Save that. Now go back into my fuel tank config. Okay, so how do we want this? The dry mass dimity of this? It'll definitely be a little bit higher. I'll show you why. Oh dear. How am I going to mount these? Now, before it was easy. I could just use a quad coupler. That's how I had it for this one. But we're going to need. Why are the engines so massive? There's no engines mounted on this thing, Eileen. These are just structural pieces. This is all fuel tanks and structure. That's all. Alright, let's just... out of curiosity, all right, how much did we figure for the arrow shell previously? Do I still have that craft file? I do. Yes. This is all of our mass calculations. And I put it all conveniently on one nice attachable piece. And then I had 3 ore tanks, so... And then we figured 18 tons of payload on top of that, and however many landing gear. So let me take the 18 tons of payload, put that in there. Move it to the center of the payload bay. And then I'll reattach.
Go at throttle up.
I'll reattach these tanks in the same spots that they were in before. Not for any particular reason. It's just these are. So what we're doing is mass estimations here. You did 12 landing gear. Thank you. All right. I'm gonna put 18 in here. I just want to see what happens. I have a feeling this will be able to move more than just that into space. Phil, 29-month resub. Thanks. Now, these were taking into account fairing mass, right? Fairing mass, verniers, ohms tanks, I think. So, you know what? We'll get rid of that, and then I will estimate another 18 tons just for the heck of it. For all the stuff that, for like well, we already have fairings incorporated in this design. Pretty much everything else, yeah, that's really the end of that sentence. And then this piece up front here is basically all the pieces that I need to make the arrow shell. It also makes it look like a giant fork. I fully understand this. Alright, so let's make sure our fuel delivery is good. Okay, so now we're going to fill the tanks, and we're going to see where our estimation is. I don't go and build something. We always try to do fuel estimations, and then I try to estimate the mass of what the final ship could be beyond a reasonable doubt, right? And kind of go from there. Yeah, that is the arrow shell times 2. Oh, dude, we need 2 more shuttle engines. Damn, holy crap! You've got to be kidding me. Ah, I clicked the wrong thing. I clicked the wrong thing again. I don't like hitting the undo button either. So I'll just get everything back in here again and resave it. So go in here like this. Go get the fork. Right? Like I said, I calculated all the wings more or less that I would need and all the panels and everything to make the arrow shell right there. So this is all the aerodynamic components right there. And then open this up, put that in here. That's my payload, right? And then I'll double it just because reasons. And then this thing can take up the mass of, it'll kind of be the mass of pretty much everything else here. So save that out. Also, I'm going to need a couple of rudders, so we'll just add some rudders to the bunch there. The main wings, we're going to need those. Let's just put those there. Save this time. And you know what, Hellfish? Just because I really like overestimating things, let's just, yeah. Put a couple of those in there. The original ore tanks were there estimating the fairings, so let's just, yeah. These things are 3,500 kilos a pop, so 35, 36. So we added another 12 tons, just because. Alright, save this. Let's fill it up with fuel, see what it gets us. Wow. Oh, yep. Yeah, we are way overestimated, and it's still showing 43. In reality, guys, this number is going to be closer to that. Yeah. So, I'd say moving 18 tons into space is... Yeah, I think that was my benchmark. I'm pretty sure we're there. The TWR is 0.7. So, here's what I'm going to do. I know the game doesn't like this. It doesn't like it when you do stuff like this. But I'm still gonna... Yeah, but I'm gonna. Try to tri-couplers? Oh, 1.02. 1.02? $40.68. That looks expensive. Look at the price. I did, yeah. I mean, guys, like I said, in reality, this is going to be closer to where we're at. But, yeah, I think I'm good. I just made a, yeah, it ended up looking like an aerospike, didn't it? It ended up looking like an aerospike, dudes. I don't think I have mammoths unlocked anywhere. Oh, I have it, but it's 100K. No, I'm good. I'm good. Yeah, this was taking into account. Oh, all right, guys, let me refine it a little bit, okay? So, let's just refine the design out a little ways, okay? So give me a panel, just so I just make sure this doesn't tamper with my delta V numbers, okay? So, so there's our orbiter maneuvering system. It's honestly not going to get us very far. Yeah, guys, we're going to have to test this thrust structure out. Yeah, we're going to have to really test the thrust structure out. That needs to not be like that. Oh my goodness. Guys, the ohms probably should be this. It probably should be double. $215. Yeah, that's basically what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna use shuttle ohms here at the back, just like the real one. They'll probably be pointed out like this at the center of mass or something, just like that. I'm okay, Jaka. I don't have any place for a mammoth engine here, fellas. Well, let me rephrase that. I don't have any place for 4 mammoth engines. Yeah, I don't really have a spot for that. Okay, so that's the ohms, give or take. That's the payload. All the arrow shell. All the struts that we're gonna need, probably gonna be a good ton. So let's have that estimated out for all of our struts, right? That's all the struts right there. And I'll just put a strut on it so I know. I want this thing to have a robotic arm and stuff, so I'll figure another 3 3 struts, 3 tons and struts, I don't know. I'll put robotics. This one's for the arm that I want to put in there, okay? Tuts? I'm making up words. That's how you can tell I've gone bananas. 3 king tuts. Yes, exactly. What the hell's wrong with me? Avionics. Got that under control. All the verniers? How much do the verniers weigh? Let's figure another... We'll figure another 3 tons in there. Oh, okay. We were at vacuum. I'm like, wait a minute. Okay, so we have 4081. TWR, we're 1.34 off the pad. What happens if I get rid of 2 of these? 1.18. What's the TWR with cheetahs? Nothing, Loopy. It's nothing. It's freaking nothing. I know, Hellfish, I know. Till the End of the Night by Robert Parker. Ja. What happens if we poodle this? Wait. That had more Delta V, but... Am I stupid? .206 at 0.09. .202 at 0.18. Yeah, I didn't have it in mirror, guys. That's why it didn't make any sense. Thank you. Symmetry is starting to do weird things. Frickin' jeez. Sorry, I was just looking at the thing. I'm like, wow, this thing's gonna be insane. Yeah. So, 200 at 1.8. Let's try the 214 at 27. Wolfhounds actually would be. Wolfhounds would probably be my choice here. We're taking a little bit of a mass hit there, but. Yeah, the Wolfhounds have 380, Jaka. 380. 380. So 0.27 TWR up here. Oh, 214. Yeah. Wolfhounds. At this scale, Wolfhounds are the one you want. The bigger your spacecraft gets, the more efficient the Wolfhound gets, because if you're carrying more fuel and you have a bigger spacecraft, the Wolfhound counts as less percent of dry mass. On the render of Venture Star, wouldn't the two engine structures be closer together? Yeah, what Loopy said, Death. I don't have aero spikes. Yeah, as much as I want it to look like this. I can't. I need it to dock in the center, dude, or else it's not going to work very well. Yeah, we don't have linear aero spikes, I should clarify. Yeah, Canadian. Yeah. She's a beast, dude. She's a freaking beast. So, verniers, robotics, all the struts, overestimated on the aero shell. And we're still making over 4,000. I don't see any problems here, do you? Could be either one, Hokey. Press the space bar. All right. And you doubted chat in their choice. Yeah, chat's getting hyped on this because I approached it in good faith. Don't get confused, you punk. Yeah, SSTO does scale well. It's pretty good. Hey, it's pretty good. Add the shell and launch the Star Destroyer. Alright. We're looking for these numbers when we're done. What's our projected dry mass here? Projected dry mass is... No, that can't be right. Okay. Yeah, also 360 parts. Yeah. Just thought I'd let you know. Dry mass is 266. Not bad. Seriously, no, these numbers they are not as bad as I thought they would be. We're still gonna need the big landing gear. That's gonna be really important. Why not use the EP35 for the thrust plate? Those things get glitchy, lols. You don't have problems with those things? I mean, once again, this was... I might find a solution with that, but I actually like this. This is easier for Kerbal to understand. The engine plates often cause weird problems. I leave for 2 hours and now we have 48,000 engines. There's 18, but 48,000. You were close. Jay, it's what we need to move something this big into space. I could take it out of symmetry, Falcon. I just did this to get estimates on TWR, and these things are heavy, the quadcouplers, so that takes into account any mass that that takes into account any mass that I would need to make a stronger thrust structure, but that thrust structure is not bad. Oh, the thrust plates. Yeah, you're right. You're correct. How much payload you think? You know what? I'll leave the fuel tanks full so I can just reference this. So this is with full orbiter maneuvering system, full aft tanks, full forward tanks. 4046 Delta V at 1.33 TWR. Burn time is 170 seconds. I don't think I have those thrust plates, no. Oh. Crap. Guys, I got a problem. Dude. That's an issue. Oh, no. They have to be operational, drummer, so both of the SSTOs, or just, well, it's technically the big one. The small one doesn't, but this thing needs to take off from a pad that I made after I fueled it, fly into space, re-enter, come back down, and be easily able to get it back to the runway. What percentage complete would you say this project is? 60? 60? More clip, probably 50. 69 420. What? Do you have those ore tanks still? Yeah. I'm kind of in awe of the scale here, man. This thing is a monster. Oh. That's also just a side note, something I noticed. Guys, we'll ride it out. It's only 80K to fuel. That cost, dude, the fueling cost on this Loopy costs more than a Freedom 10 rocket. Alright, here. Guys, here's kind of where I'm at, okay? Alright, pause the music for a second. Look, the thing's 600 Gs to put this thing into space for 18 tons. That's the price. Now, that's right. That's the price you pay for an SSTO, but you get everything back, right? We only have $1 million in the coffers. I'll be honest with you. Would the fuel involved in launching this be more costly than an expendable booster launch? Absolutely. Now, I know that doesn't make a lot of sense. Why would you spend 500 Gs to launch 18 tons into space? Well, reusability. That's the price you pay. This is the reason in real life why companies don't want to do reusability. The math does check out like this. And we're not even taking into account the time it took me to develop this. I don't make money. I don't lose money developing. If we included development time in this, you see why reusability makes no freaking sense for a lot of companies, right? It depends on how often you launch. Now, with that being said, even if I did finish the big Chungus SSTO, launching it, if that mission failed, would bankrupt me. It would bankrupt me. I really don't, yeah, it would absolutely would bankrupt me. So, look, we have another design decision to make. Extra funding? Well, Sebi, hear me out. I don't want to just go asking for cash, dude. Right? Just, have you tried not failing? You gotta spend money to make money. I know, I've already spent $2 million that you guys have given me into doing that. What makes SSTOs useful is that cost, that $500,000 cost, is a one-time cost. It's a one-time thing. All you got to do is pay for the vehicle once, and you don't need to pay for it again, like an airliner, right? So what would make up for this is high frequency of flights. Now, so here's where I'm at. We could sit here, and I will finish this, but I need to make some cash. And in order to do that, we're gonna, I need some serious money. Please last, I think it's a good idea. No, let me finish. No, not last. Let me finish my thought, and then you say something. Well, it's 80,000 fuel for every single flight afterwards. Yeah, explain, but we get the whole vehicle back. Like, the other vehicles don't cost $80,000 to fuel, but we lose about 80 Gs with fuel compounded with booster, right? So over time, that does make sense. We just got to launch it a lot, right? Just like what they plan to do with the shuttle. Yeah, it's astronomical costs at first, but over time it'll get better. However, I'm not gonna put this, because the pad is going to be just as complicated. Pad for this thing's gonna cost probably, well, not 300,000 or 400,000. It's gonna be complicated. So I have to do pad testing. I have to do a bunch of stuff. It might be better to, and here's kind of where I'm at. I could build it, finish it, and we could push right into Chungus testing. But that would put us dangerously close at going bankrupt. And in my mission mode save, you can go bankrupt. That does happen. If I hit minus 1 million funds in one mission, you delete the save. Those are my rules. I don't want to start over. You can fail at this. I did that on purpose. So it might be better to go revisit the small SSTO now. Use that to launch things into space, give or take. I mean, it can only do small sat stuff, but if we do some satellite contracts, that's not going to make a big difference, right? Try removing the ore tanks. They're expensive. What? Oh, okay, Wookie. Yeah, I'll do that. So it's 480,000 instead of 500,000. You're missing the point completely. So
Discovery.
everyone upvote the page for it. Oh, gameplay, don't do that to me. You don't need to do that, man. Jeez. If the launch does fail, how much would the recovered parts yield you? $200K, something like that. Hey, that was my idea a few hours ago to get the science before doing the 5-meter one. I have the science. I need the money now, Pulse. Guys, we might want to... I might want to go back to the small SSTO and start launching that to do some commercial missions to get some hours under my belt. Because I'll be honest with you, if I keep going with the big one now, right? I don't want to have an SSDO that works but doesn't make it into orbit, and then an SSDO that I can't launch because it's too expensive. I think we should, honestly, I can finish this, but I think we should start working with the smaller one again, and get the smaller one fully operational. And then whatever we learn from that, we apply to the big one. Now, I fully understand we're under a deadline. Insurance, where in the rules does it say insurance, Swishio? I don't want to... That's too complicated. Have you considered the organ trade? Oh, God. I think...
Discovery.
Yeah, this is awesome, and I really like it, and I really want to finish it. We're not ready. Like, I'll be 100% real with you. We're not ready, and this isn't like, oh, EJ, you're just being lazy. You could have... No, if I lose this thing, I'm screwed. I lose the 4 stones. You understand? No. And nobody could have predicted this. I didn't think I would need 16 shuttle engines to get this thing off the ground. I thought we were going 375. So that part of it is my fault. But we have no crew access to the station. Exactly. Hey, James, 22-month resub. Warlord had a 24 in there as well. Thank you. Yeah, Errol, exactly. I guarantee you we will lose one during testing. At least. That's a... You know, that even if I don't, because I theoretically shouldn't, but theoretical, when you're talking about half of your business's worth, I guess, is not a good idea. Yeah, I think we should take... I'm going to make another design decision. Another executive decision. We should use this... We should get the small one working. Yeah. Yeah, we got to do it. We should get the small one working. Yeah, focus on the pad on the small one. Exactly. I agree, Loopy. Let's redesign LV-5A for a 5-ton payload, so it could move crew or cargo, any type of sat that I would possibly need, right? And if it needs a stage attached to it, we can make small stages for it. It's no big deal. I could take Imahara stages and put it in there. It's not a problem. Yeah. How much is the $3 million from the funding is left? About $1 million, Rage. But with a price tag of $500,000 a pop, I don't want to risk it. I don't want to risk it if I only have $1 million. That's enough for one test flight. Because I have to build the pad for it too. The pad's going to cost 100 grand. So we really only have enough for one test flight. I don't want to hedge the business on that. That's yeah, I don't want to do that. I would consider doing it if we had double the cash right now. Yeah, and like gameplay, it's important to understand, guys, that this isn't like I'm not being overly cautious here. Even developing this vehicle right now is kind of nuts, because even developing this thing right now is kind of nuts. Heck, developing the SSTO, developing its little brother is also nuts. But we did that. This is not even like... This isn't risk aversion. That's a suicide mission. And I don't want to do it. So I blew the budget and under-delivered. Well, Wookie, if I get this thing operational, I wouldn't call it under-delivering. And I didn't blow the budget on anything. It was tough to get that. It was tough to understand exactly what we're getting into. I thought that 3 million would be enough, and you guys did fund the highest option, and we agreed with me. I mean, if I had put 5 million in there, would people have even gone for that? I don't think so. What do we need to change on this? The fact that it doesn't make it into space probably is something we should fix. Maybe we should start figuring out where the OHMS engine should go. So, yeah, Shady, thanks, man. I think we should start putting this small SSTO to use. I'll keep building the big one. I'll build the big one out, so I have something to show you guys at the end of the deadline, but... I mean, even grinding out missions. It's gonna be tough, man. Yeah, drummer, exactly. A 2.5 medium SSTO. Lols, the LV5A is a 2.5 meter SSTO. What'd you miss? So, yeah, I think let's press this back into service and let's get this operational with its payload bay like this, and we'll go from there. Yeah, we have to do that. I have to get this thing. I have to start getting this thing to do some commercial missions so I can pad some funds. Jim, I did the mass calculations on the big vehicle, on the big boy. This thing. Fuel tank configuration here. I did the same thing that I did the other day. I took all the parts I needed for the aero shell, put them right here. I got 5 meter tanks unlocked, right? I got the 5M tanks unlocked, and we started doing mass calculations. There's good news and there's bad news. The good news is that even grossly overestimating how much fuel we need, all the extra parts, double the amount of wings that I think I need, with 18 tons of payload, at sea level we're still pushing 4,000 meters a second, which means even with this grossly overestimated mass here, it'll still put 18 tons into space, no problem. So this vehicle's a freaking monster. It's really awesome performance for what it is. But that performance doesn't come without a price tag. It's $500,000. 500,000 Kerbucks. Just to put one out. That's not even including fueling. Including fueling, it's almost 600, right? I do have the refinery tech Wookie, yeah, so that can cut on fuel costs, absolutely. Exactly, Shady. You only pay the price once, but look at how much money I have. I only have enough for really one test, and if I lose this thing, I'm screwed. So, where I'm at, guys, I'll do it. I'll finish this. I will finish it. We'll put the aero shell on it. Actually, it probably would be better to just pause it. But that's another story. Let's go in here. No, not prototype 1. Prototype 2 is where we need. Right there. it would probably be better to pause this project right now. Just temporarily, not canceling, not getting rid of, just pausing it. To get more missions under our belt. Funding was for development. One demonstration mission was the thing. Make notes for later. Well, I don't want to... I could finish the aeroshell right now, guys, but what happens if we go do orbital flight tests with the other booster and we find something where the aeroshell needs to change? Now, instead of changing it on one vehicle, I have to change it on 2 vehicles. You know what I'm saying? So... starting to sound like real NASA. So using a lot of common sense. Yes, thank you. Thank you for the compliment. Guys, I'm gonna pause funding on this, or pause development on this temporarily. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. We will go back to LV5A, this thing, and we will make the changes that we need to get this into space. How many months is this gonna set us back? Not much, Swishio. Yeah, this isn't, and once again, I want to be, this isn't like me being risk adverse or like, oh, he's just scared to launch it. No. No, it is not that. There's being bold in spaceflight, and then there's being dumb. Launching that thing would be like a Challenger tier move in terms of stupidity. Not this one, the other one, the big one. That's just being dumb. We shouldn't do that. We need to go back here and we need to work more with this vehicle. Because I need this thing to be able to... If I can get this thing to move 5 tons into space, it could basically do exactly what a Freedom 7 or a Freedom 10 reusable will do. Well, Freedom 10 reusable, actually. 5 tons up there, no problems. Yeah, that'll be perfect. I gotta redesign this absolutely for 5 tons. With the payload bay. Are you asking for an extension? No, I'm not asking for an extension. I don't want to ask for an extension now, guys. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to push this all the way until June 11th, all the way until next week. And I want to see where I get. We'll figure out what we want to do. I mean, we ain't hit... I don't think we're going to hit the deadline unless some miraculous grace of God thing happens where I get a mission that's like $2 million payout or something. So, yeah, but yeah, I gotta do it that way. I don't have a choice. 5 tons and you'll be able to fit that in a bay. You'll be able to fit in that bay sort of shipping ore, so it's a good overestimation. I agree. Hi, public. Yeah, if I failed, so be it. I mean, I know I gave this a valiant effort thus far, even if the deadline was today. I know I mean, come on, you guys can't say that I haven't been putting in work, man. I've played Kerbal more in the past month than I've played since as long as I can remember. We're putting in 8-hour days in straight KSP, you know? And don't get me wrong, I ain't saying that like it's a burden. I freaking love it. This is fun. I really enjoy this. These design decisions are very intellectually stimulating. No, this is a good time. I enjoy this a lot. The poll says 2 vehicles to be developed. Thank you. You can read. That's good, man. Reading is fun. Once there was a girl who wanted to fly in air. Today, Junior! Class, I need you to open up your Reading is Fun books to page 69. 69. Have you ever had a dream where you want to do so much that you can do anything? Yeah, I know, Swishio, I know. I called for 2 vehicles, dude. I'm gonna try. I'll try to do it, but yeah, we gotta start grinding missions out. Now don't go full Simple Jack on us. I got a good brain. You make me happy. Will the difference here between orbiter not be adding a distinct ohms? I think so, Loopy. I think if I put an orbiter maneuvering in and we gave it some reasonable delta V, I mean, I have surplus TWR with this, but we're gonna have to go in and mess with it. I got a good brain. I say you have a fine brain, Jack. I got a good brain. Sorry. Never go full crazy, man. It called for 2 distinct vehicles, Hokey. The good faith rule was that let's not get into semantics with the contracts. We know good and well that with the SSTO, it calls for a small demonstrator and then a large one for heavy lifting. That's like, let's be real. Let's not beat around the bush here. Stuff it with baguettes for the ohms. It's not a bad idea. Why not develop the smaller version into 2 different vehicles, one for payload and one for crew? Why don't I just develop one vehicle that can have a crew tank get put into it, Wookie? Right? Like, am I wrong? Use the back end of the DSUS. That's not a bad idea, dude. I pray the realism instead of interpreting the contract. No, I got you. So, guys, we're going to keep going. I'm not going anywhere. I got to... let's keep going, and I'm going to rename the title SSTO... Small Sat SSTO... launcher, or lifter... development, because it's all about that developers. Yes. Big Chungus, big price tag. Small Chungus, nice price tag. Who said sit down? Get up. Get on your feet. Get up! You want to develop
Discovery,
an
go
app?
at
Hey, NX, sorry. Great meme, Buck. Great meme. Get up! Alright, so. Nobody misses Steve Ballmer. That's so savage, man. I love this company! Those are so funny to watch, man. That was pretty much the low point for the company. You guys are savage, man. That's so funny. Oh man. Something is different about you, but I can't put my finger on it. Well, maybe if you must ask me a question, you should tag me in my name, Dunpeel, to find out what's different. What's June 24th? Be there. I don't know. I'm a big fan and wondered if you'll be adding fireworks to this craft when the new update comes out. Actually, gameplay, I'm wondering if there's a sparkler. Because if there's sparklers... If there's a sparkler firework variant, who knows where I'm going with this? Who knows where I'm going? Who knows where we're going? Who knows where we're going with this? Oh!
12, 11, 10, 9.
I hope they're sparklers. That would be nice. That would be good.
2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions
I
beyond.
like that. Yeah, that's pretty good. All right. Yeah. You know, Gameplay, yeah. I don't know if I'll add fireworks to it, but if we have sparklers, you know, it'd be good. Sparklers and stringers are the only ones that I like. What? I tell you what, brother, it's not what you want with the fireworks. It's the consumer. It's the consumer. You only have sparklers and stringers? Do you have any Roman candles? No. You have any whistling bungholes? Some Hoosker do's? Hoosker don'ts? You don't have any cat turds? No? Nothing? What? Yeah, we call them Boeing bombers. Yeah, you don't have a meteor right there, boy. What you have is a big old chunk of poop. Husker don'ts? Hoosker do's? Hoosker don'ts? Sorry, Joe Dirt reference? Yeah, I'm not gonna shake my head at that. Call them Boeing bombers. Just imagining how terrifying it would be to ride in a starship from landing to orbit. Yeah, it'd be a little crazy, Admiral, that's for sure. Yeah, Ewok, the new KSP loading. For the 10-year anniversary of KSP, I don't know why I did that, they added fireworks. Yeah, they're little mortar launchers that thump, 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 things shoot some fireworks out. You can, and it has a bunch of tweakables so you can set what kind of firework it is. Really, Nulty? Oh, sorry, man. All right. So let me go grab. Oh, it's 9 o'clock. You're growing your hair till we have orbital starship, right? That's not going to be very long, John Silver. It's going to be in the summer, man. It's going to be in the late August, dude. That's what they're targeting, from what I understand. So, yeah, okay. Let me take 5, and let's basically review where we were with this thing and what we need to do to get this thing rated for 5 tons. 5 tons of payload. So, give me 1 second. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back, and we will work on this. We need maximum strength. I said orbital starship landing. Oh. Maybe. Okay, Jaka. We'll get into it. I'll be back in a second, okay? I hate to be a downer, but that's when they said we will have orbital. Alright. Enjoy Chair's company here for a moment. You know what? I'm getting more coffee. Screw it. Screw it.
Maximum strength. America.
Alright. Now that I have my coffee, I'm ready to watch radar. Fun fact, KSP launched exactly 2 weeks before STS-135. Ugh. Alright. So, Prototype 10 was the last thing. Well, we didn't test with the payload bay. We never did that testing. Super Mario, hello, it's me. Did I leave any notes or anything? Add a payload bay and do a second OFT. Well, it turns out that that's what we're gonna have to do. And then there's the try count right there. Elon just tweeted about Bitcoin. How do you know I didn't tweet that under his name? I know I said it would be over between us if you quoted another Linkin Park song, but I found something else. So in the end, it didn't even matter. Hey, Fisterman, what's up, dude? It's dope, isn't it? You got room for 1.25 tanks along the underside there for main tankage. Yeah, Loopy. I think we need, Alright. Let's get a Delta V estimate, and the first thing I'll do here is put the struts in for the payload bay.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I'm gonna switch this to prototype 11. 6, 2, or no, it's the third. Let the hair flow till humans on SLS. Let it flow until 2023. Oh, jeez. Who was that subbing in there? Hey, Repit. 14 months. Thanks, man. Alright. So now, this thing is kind of hanging from the back here. It's attached at the back, and then there's a nose cone up at the front. I would want payload bay struts because that has differential mass at times, so... Actually, it would be better if these went right here. So... Dude, I'm actually kind of hype. I'm actually kind of hype on getting the, like, using this. This is cool. That's pretty cool that this thing is, kind of on the books again. We could overclock these. I think that might be the solution. Overclock it. Give it more fuel and overclock these things. The other thing that I was tossing about in my head is adding the orbiter maneuvering system. I do have space out here. We have space to add the OMS engines. And if we add the OMS engines and we give the orbiter maneuvering system, I don't know, 300-400 Delta V, coupled with what we have already, it won't screw with our TWR too much. That could do it. When was it off the books? Well, Jim, the idea was just use this as a suborbital, or just use it as a demonstrator. So, I started with building 2 vehicles, right? And then, because we fell a little bit behind, I wanted to use this as a demonstration vehicle, and then build the big one, and then maybe come back to it later. But the huge price tag thing from the big one, nope. Now this has my utmost focus right now. Jaka, I have some ideas, my brother. Don't worry. I gotta make sure this thing doesn't have any fuel in it. We'll get it, dude. I'm not worried. I think Loopy is right. I think the OHM system is the orbiter maneuvering system, not OHM system. Saying OHM system is like saying ATM machine. I think that's the solution here. But couple of things. First one is, well, it would be nice to get the center of the payload bay on our center of mass. That would be useful. How does the Mark II cockpit look in this? Snackless, you remember CRS-7? Remember CRS-7? The mission that failed? Yeah, picture the exact opposite of that. It actually looks even better if I move it up to the front.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
We could put the inline port there. I could. But right now, for right now, we are going to go with this. For right now. We can modify it later. Let's get it up into space and see how the thing flies, right? It's a really tall and fat shuttle. I mean, Sneaky, believe it or not, the X-33 and the Venture Star were, for the most part, a space shuttle and an external tank kind of molded into one vehicle with more shuttle engines at the bottom in the form of an aerospike. So, like, if you took the shuttle and the external tank and you put 7 engines instead of 3, right? I mean, you would have a drastically reduced payload capacity, but it would make it into space. Actually, that's kind of what I would have done. Yeah, you got to take the SRBs off. That's why I said shuttle and external tank. Yeah, you'd take a huge hit in payload capacity because of the because no SRBs. So the thing wouldn't be able to move 25 tons, but it would be able to move like 5, kind of like this. Could you see your last? No, Sebi, I hate you. No, yeah, sure, man. What's up? You'd fit the docking port in there. Yeah. It would look good. Took some pictures in the sky tonight. I hate light pollution. It's not. Those aren't the worst pictures, man. Seriously, this is basically an external tank. Double the size of the hydrogen tank and split it on either side. And just make a bigger bilobe liquid oxygen tank. That's basically what it is. That's what it would have been. Would have been about the same size. Like, look. Here, check this out. Like, there's the size comparison. I mean, Venture Star was... See what I mean? It's about the size of an external tank with 7 aerospike engines and a slightly smaller payload bay. Venture Star, believe it or not, would have basically been not a small sat launcher, but it would have been a medium-duty launch vehicle. Somewhere in the ballpark of Antares or Soyuz, somewhere in there. It wouldn't have been able to move what that thing could move. Hell no. That thing could put 54,000 pounds into space. This thing, maybe 20, maybe 10. It would have been basically a small sat launcher. Venture Star would have been... Something like this, guys, would be really good at building satellite constellations. You know why? Because of the high frequency of flights that you need. Look at Falcon 9. Falcon 9's partially reusable. I don't think anybody can argue that SpaceX isn't getting their return on investment with those things at this point, right? But that's kind of what this was built for. Could it have done a small stat and a kicker? Absolutely, John. Oh, yeah. EJ, might have suggested inline docking port for the fuel tank. I don't know, Jason. I don't really... Maybe. I don't know. I'll think about it, dude. It's on the 11th, Corey. Yeah, on the 11th, man. Alright, so... Let's get some struts figured out. I got the payload bay strutted right there. And I really kind of want the payload bay to be on the center of mass. Center of the payload bay to be on the center of mass, but... But I suppose that doesn't... I mean, that only really matters for down mass capability. Not so much for up mass. But if we're going to add this stuff, we need to take... Get rid of that. We need to start redoing some things, so... I'm going to get rid of that panel because that's some mass that we can save because it's not doing anything. I mean, to be fair, neither is that one. I mean, those wings ain't doing us any favors either, but on the other hand, it's probably... I don't want to change the arrow too much, I suppose. Yeah, we'll just leave that. And then... we'll make it go to the payload bay. Pretty much, Loldog. Yeah, something along those lines I think would be a fair assessment. Dude, it's insane for what it is. Like, it's pretty awesome for what the thing does. Like, it's pretty damn good. And I will tie in a strut here to the nose cone. So the nose cone is attached to the fuel tanks via strut. That one's free floating, but the payload bay is attached too, and if we grandparent strut across, we should be fine. Without payload, this reached minimal orbit, got about a 72k orbit, but ran out of fuel trying to do orbit and barely arrow captured it. That's how close it is. Yeah, Jason, we gotta come up with something. I do have this on Kerbal-X, guys, if you want to screw around with it. I think you should have two variants of this SSTO, crude plus some payload and payload. Nuclear, what I'm thinking is like have a payload be a control panel like this, right? And have something like this inside of the payload bay. And people, like, you guys, I wouldn't want it to have an ejection mechanism, but I suppose it could in case something really, really, really goes wrong. Excuse me. But if I put something like this in here, it's not darts capability, but it almost is darts capability, and these things aren't heavy. If I design it for a 5-ton payload, this should be able to put 3 crew up into orbit, no problem. MGB, nice. Mark II crew cabin. If I want a crewed version, Luke, I suppose. I mean, Luby, the way I look at it, guys, is basically this whole top piece can be swapped out. This is why the thing was a convertible for a long time. I made this thing a convertible on purpose, so you could reconfigure it. I just made sure to take into account that we could put mass up here, and you can. The mass up here counterbalances all the heavy panels that are on the bottom of the vehicle. That's part of the reason why I made the bottom out of panels as well, right? And then that coupled with the aeroshell keeps the center of mass pretty low for what it is. That means I could just put, as long as I line up a payload bay with our center of mass, it's fine. Now, I could take this out and we could put a crew tank on there. No problem. It'll be fine. I'm going to design, as long as I design this thing around 5 tons, we should be good. Yeah, it should be just fine. And, you know, the fuel tanks are clipping just a little bit, but, I mean, not the worst problem, I suppose. Banana. And I recall eating bananas. You know what? I'd rather not have the nose cone be a strut like that. I'm going to strut fuel tanks to the fuselage here. And once again, we can just reconfigure this as we need to. Hey, can you check page 34 for me? No exceptions. It's the official last Venture Star design before it was killed. Let me take a look. How many pages is this damn PDF, dude? The X-33 was a suborbital reusable spaceplane demonstrator in development from 1996 to early 2001. The intent of the demonstrator was to lower the risk of building and operating a full-scale reusable vehicle fleet. Reusable spaceplanes offered the potential to lower the cost of access to space by an order of magnitude compared with conventional expendable launch vehicles. Although a cryogenic tank failure during testing ultimately led to the end of the effort, the X-33 team celebrated many successes during the development. This paper summarizes some of the accomplishments and milestones of this X-vehicle program, from the perspective of an engineer who was a member of the team through the development. The X-33 program accomplishments include rapid flight hardware design, subsystem testing and fabrication, aerospike engine development and testing, flight operations center, operations control center, ground system design and construction, rapid environmental impact statement, NEPA process approval, range development and flight plan approval for test flights, full-scale system concept design and refinement, and lessons from the X-33 program may have potential application to new reusable launch vehicle and other aerospace systems. What this said in plain English is we did everything but fly it. Yeah, that's yeah. All right, 34 is what you wanted. Yep. Yeah, it has the hump. Mm-hmm. Bro, look at the freaking payload bay. Wait. That's an Eclipse pallet and a crew tank with a docking port on it. Bro, that would have been insane. That would have been nuts. That would have been absolutely nuts, dude. Yep, that's what Venture Star probably would have ended up looking like. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, Forge. That's, yeah, exactly. Read it. NASA, Lockheed Martin ISS Visiting Vehicle Interface Meeting, February 1999. NASA ISS Crew Module Phase A Study. Frick you! Oh. Stop it. Why are you making me read this? I don't want to read this. I don't want to read that. You suck. Bad. Bad. Alright. Banana. So, an ore tank is 3.5 tons, right? So if I had another empty ore tank next to it, that's 4 tons, and then if I add 100 to that, we'll overestimate a little bit, that's about 5 tons. We need, that's what I'm estimating for payload. I don't know where that connected at all. There it is. I'm not sure, Loopy. That's what we want to try for payload right there, right? I don't like that the payload bay is too far behind the set. The middle of the payload bay, center of mass is slightly offset. Not a fan, but it's okay. Why are we fixing the small one? RJ, I got the 5-meter tanks, but I ran into another snag. I put the big one together, and we started doing fuel tank estimates, and then I started estimating mass and everything. Got good news and bad news. The good news is that the thing could easily put 18 tons into space, not a problem.
Discovery, go
Problem
at
is it
throttle up.
costs $500,000 per vehicle. I only have $1 million right now. I need to pad some cash. So I'm gonna use, we have to push this thing into development. We have to push this thing into flights. I gotta use this for commercial missions. That was the decision I made. Yeah, so we're gonna get some flights with this under our belt. And, you know, I'll still build out the big SSTO. And we can make modifications to that design based off of what we learned flying this thing around. And if we miss the deadline, we miss it. There's ain't much I can do about it, dudes. Hey, Cord Run 7-month resub. Thanks, man. Alright. So what you're saying is don't cancel hardware that's flown? I mean, I do say that, Jason. I'm not gonna lie to you. Yeah, of course I say that. But slightly off base in this context, but I still agree with it. Yeah, I didn't cancel this. I just said we'll revisit it later. I don't need to learn anything else from it. Well, the truth is, I still don't need to learn anything else from it. I know this is good enough. This is a good enough demonstration. It's a good enough demonstration vehicle. However, yeah. Yeah, we need to... Well, I don't have anything to learn from it anymore. We need to press it into service, man. I gotta get this thing working. So, let's get our Delta V readouts now. Is this payload bay finalized to where I want it? Where would I ideally want it? I really want the payload bay to be right there. But if we put the payload bay right there, where does that get us over here? Oh. That'll work. But now the wings are clipped in. So... what are we using for ohms? I think, the back of a DSUS, just like what Loopy was saying, would be great. New pad, Hypersonic, yeah. Okay, John, noted. I have to have 2 operational vehicles, Corey. 2 demonstration missions. You can fix that with 1 small rectangle wing and 1 small triangle wing. That's gonna mess with my center of lift core. I'll do it. We gotta make sure we don't screw up the aero shell. That's really, really important. Actually, where's the strut? That's here. The strut's to the fairing. Okay. This actually should get me what I'm looking for. There we go. Did that go into symmetry? I know, Loopy. I know they do, but that's part of the reason why I wanted to line the payload bay up with the center of mass. all that's going to do is laterally shift the center of lift up a little bit. No problem. Modifying front and back, right? Right? You see what I'm trying to do here? All it's going to do is just shift the center of lift up a little bit. And if anything, that helps us be more stable. Think about it like the shuttle, right? With the 747. Did anybody not find it strange how they could just put a shuttle on the back of the 747? I mean, to be fair, that's a testament to Joe Sutter, a guy by the name of Joe Sutter, the 747's chief designer. But also, all right, get rid of that. Now what we'll do is we need something like this, right? Then I suppose if the wings are connected to that panel, it's not a big deal. I really want something to tie this in, though. But then again, if I grandparent strut this, it's attached directly to the fairing plate. This one would be attached to the girder segment. Yeah, I think I could, afford to get rid of some parts. To shave some part count there. That's good. That's a good thing. I've seen the top of the mountain, and it is good. The 747 had a modified tail. Modified tail, that's all, Admiral? No, they completely rebuilt the upper part of the shell for that 747 to take into account that it's carrying 60 tons on the top. But that's minimal modification comparatively. It's not a big deal. Point is that if you up and down center of lift movement doesn't affect the vehicle as much as forward to back center of lift movement, right? That's what I'm getting at. Is the fairing glider good? I think, if I'm remembering correctly, it's this bottom piece right here. Yep. No interference. We'll be fine. So let's check our center of thrust just to see. Okay. We have a little bit of differential payload mass here carrying 5 tons like that. We'll have to solve that problem later. Okay. So is this more or less on our center of mass? Yeah, it is. So all I gotta do is we could put a payload dead center in that, and that affords us maximum payload bay capability up and down, which is good. That's a real good thing. HEICO's trying to get this into orbit. We're doing initial evaluations here. This is being used as a fuselage, and I don't want to count on this being used as fuel in case I need to take these pieces and switch them out and use them as, like, a crew tank, for instance, right? Don't want that. So we're going to have to... Yo, where's the new one? Zen, long story short, we figured out... The new one works. I figured out the scaling problems, if you want to take a look. Scaling problems work. They work great. Dude, it fits. It looks amazing. I'll show you. It's ridiculous. Look at this thing. It's an exact scale model of what you just saw. I mean, it's not finished, right? But the problem is, I went to do testing with this thing, specifically testing mass and everything in Delta V estimates, and that gave me a price tag of what this thing is going to cost to put out on the pad and fuel it. No, I need more money. I need more money. So I made the decision to stop this development just for a second. And honestly, what we're gonna do is we're gonna put 5A, this thing. We're gonna put this thing to work. So I'm making the modifications that I needed based off of the last orbiter flight test, and we're gonna I'm going to find a way to get this thing orbital. I think I know what I want to do. 16, Zen, that's what it needed. 16 engines. 1.3 TWR with 18 tons of payload and give or take about 20 tons of aeroshell, more or less. But the cool thing is, Zen, is that the scale, that thing is an exact duplicate of this 4 times the size. Crazy, huh? Everything lines up just as I predicted, which is really cool. That's why I started making the aeroshell for the big one, right? I started making the big aeroshell, and it works. It works just fine, believe it or not. Check that out. Look, it wraps perfectly around the 5-meter tanks, just like the smaller versions of these triangles wrap around the 2.5-meter tanks on the small one. It is quite literally a scaled-up exact replica. It's ridiculous to me that everything lines up that well. But that's scale, man. And the weight? Oh, Admiral, this thing... Yeah, it's a little heavier than that with all the engines, but yeah. Could you use less shuttle engines if you overclock them? I could overclock them, Jason, but I don't want to get too crazy with the overclocking, nor have I ever found it to be a real good thing to kind of become reliant on that. I only do it if I absolutely need to. Well, Sneaky, it's better to overestimate and subtract, right, than it is to not, right? To have the problems that we had with this. That's why everything on the big SSTO is very overestimated, so I don't make the same mistakes. That's all. That's what part of the reason why I built a small SSTO first. That's part of the reason why we made this, so I would know when I went to make the big one how to make it correctly, right? Sneaky, you remember what I said about doing the same thing over and over and over and over and over again? I could build this in a weekend. At this point, I already done all the research. We've done all the research and design work. If I needed to start from scratch, I could do it, no problem. Yeah, Jason, that could help us with payload mass for sure, dude. Wait, do I even need that upper panel right there? No, I don't think so. Get rid of this. We don't need that. That doesn't need to be there. All this needs is this panel. Because that one is actually one that's exposed. Perfect. What, Forge? Last. Okay. Blendprod, render of my Star Destroyer, or your Destroyer in Blender. Nice. That looks good, man. Alright, this is a tweet from Jonathan McDowell. What does this say? Possible that CRS-22's Stage 2 made its deorbit burn in the wrong direction. Object 48832, 2021-048 Bravo, cataloged in a 210 by 540 kilometer orbit. Looks like it departed the CRS-22 insertion orbit around 1815. Unclear for now if that's actually Stage 2 or a small bit that came off. 210 by 540? No. They would never screw up like that. No way. There's not a chance. There's not a chance that they would do that. That's on purpose. If what Jonathan is saying, I'm not saying he's wrong. If what Jonathan is saying is correct, there's no way you would mess that up. That's on purpose. Reverse Polius. Nice. Nice, Pigzig. Good reference. They're testing something, Phil. I'm 100% sure. You know why? Because 210 by 540 is still decaying, right? And burning the wrong way would still, it's still decaying, but that sounds like too precise. That sounds like That sounds like... So 210 is their insertion altitude. That sounds like a burn exactly at perigee to push it like that. Right? And... yeah, that's what... yeah, that's... yeah, no. That's on purpose. There's no... and do I know why? No, I have no idea. I have no clue. Why would they test something in ISS's orbit, though? I don't know, Jim. But do you think they would screw up? There's no way, dude. There's no way they'd screw up like that. Not a chance. Injection altitude was 198 by 202. Interesting. I mean, maybe. It's possible, guys. I hope not. Alright. To ensure stage destruction? It's possible, Jim. I mean, it's still decaying. That stage is going to come back down. I think you're underestimating the chance of a mistake. I guess. Alright, anyway, back to work. Where was I? So, payload-based struts, that's right. I'm not sure what these struts are doing. There's two struts there that are doing the exact same thing. But I also don't want to get rid of them. Just, I'll make a mental note of that. You underestimate my power. There was no temps for deorbit, though, which is odd. Yeah, if there's no temps for deorbit, yeah, maybe they screwed up. That would really suck. Yeah, that would be not not ideal. Would be the end of that sentence. So this is the wing, this is a strut from the wing to the payload bay right here. Slide it up into position, there we go. All right, cool. So let's get our Delta V numbers here. We're not using this tank, I'm not using that tank. Payload bay has 5 tons in it. Let's fill it up with fuel and we'll see where our numbers are what our numbers are telling us. The numbers, Mason. What do they mean, Mason? $35.21, $37.60 in vacuum with 5 tons of payload. TWR is 1.18. It's on hodl right now, Havocs. You know why? Not because I can't make it. I could build it right now. It costs 500,000. Yeah. Even if I find ways to kind of skimp around that, 400,000. I don't have the money to do it. I don't have the money to do it, man. So, I'm gonna push this thing into use. Yeah, we're gonna start using this thing. Is there any possible way to lighten this thing? I'm looking around for it, Hellfish. I'm looking around. I already took a couple of panels out of the design. We already shaved off about 150 kilos, so about 300 pounds. I'll see if I can find another way to put this thing on a diet. Add 2 ohms pods? I think so. 35.21. All right, let's see. Let's just do some quick maths out here, okay? Let me just make sure that I'm attaching stuff on a panel Okay? And so our OMS tanks don't get figured into this Delta V estimate. 3,500, that's going to get us to an orbital velocity probably... I'd say 17, 1800, somewhere around there. We need 2,300. So, yeah, not ideal. Let's just see where this gets us right here. Let's put one of these FLT 100 fuel tanks here, and we'll put a Terrier behind it and see what it does. Oh. Sorry, the mirror sim got a little weird. TWR is good. Is that 34 when you're pushing full tanks? I always... yeah. Which isn't right. That number will inevitably go up. But what I do is, as another gross overestimation, right? I overestimate on purpose. I want to give that to Delta V combined with that number down there. If I do that, I know I'm overestimating. And I know what people are going to say. Well, you're overestimating. That's inefficient. The answer is, yeah, you're absolutely right. Making a spacecraft out of 304, a reusable spacecraft out of 304 stainless steel is not the most efficient way to make a spacecraft get into space. But you take some liberties with over-engineering when you're designing reusable spacecraft, right? This inadvertently, Forfa gives me the mission assurance to know that this will make it into space. But you are absolutely right. Good observation. Okay, so let's see where this gets us with this. See last. We need double tail rudders there. We need double tail rudders there. What? Wouldn't a single mainsail do it? You need the gimbal. These engines need to be able to gimbal, RJ, because we're carrying asymmetric payload. They need to be able to gimbal just like SRB nozzles, right? So what happened with the large SSTO? Nothing, Rocket Guy. We did a science power grind, getting all the science around KSC, and yeah, it works just fine. 5-meter tank scaled perfectly with this thing. I mean, look, I did some testing. Scale's perfect. It's exactly the same. Like, I just used this same tank design here as the small one, and we have the benefit of scale here, so the Delta V numbers are actually good. 18 tons of payload, no problem. I could put payload in here, I could put a crew tank in here, we could put a robotic arm in there, make it into space, no issue. And that's taking into account aeroshell and everything else. Here's the issue. This is our Delta V estimation file. Now, good news. The good news is that those are our numbers with altitude. That's the ohms with vacuum there. So quite good. Quite good performance here. 1.42 off the pad, more or less. 18 tons of payload, 3 tons of whatever. Struts, robotics, verniers. All the struts to put this thing together, and a gross overestimation of all the parts that I would need to make the aeroshell over here, including all the panels and everything. Numbers look great. Look at the price tag. I gotta put the other one into service, dude. We need to pad some funds. I don't really have... I don't really have a choice here. I'm not putting a $500,000 vehicle on the pad, you know, and hoping that the thing, you know, knowing that the thing might not come back. I need to, if I'm going to do that, I need at least 3 times as much cash. So I'm gonna try to pad missions with this. And you know what, man? If I don't hit the deadline, I don't hit the deadline, man. This is why cost plus contracting is a thing. You always run into problems like this. Every frigging time. It never fails. What if you deleted the last part of the payload bump to lighten it up a bit? I took out a bunch of parts, Swishio, and replaced it with this. This took the place of a bunch of parts that were heavier, almost, than what this thing is doing. See last, it got lost. Okay. Like, do we need 2 wings for the rudder side to side? I'm not sure. Thing is, Just Base, I added the double rudders when I redid the entire aero shell with node attached triangles. And my side slip problems that we were encountering were no longer a thing. Now, I'll be 100% real with you. I have no idea if that's what helped solve the problem or if it's this. I'm gonna guess it's more this than that, but do I want to change it? Are you using hinges? Yes. How much mass are those structural tubes? Those are the engine mounts, but I can get... Yeah, they're 100 kilos. They're nothing. Yeah, Just Base, I don't know. That's what I mean. Then that's not good testing on my part, to be honest with you. I honestly don't think we need them, but at this point, I'll pay for the 4 parts. I could take them off to save some mass, but then the vehicle might not fly. In reality, what do we... That's 50 kilos and 25, so there's 75 kilos a pop. So... the mass we'd be saving is about 150 kilos, give or take. If I could get rid of it. And we'd get 5 meters a second delta V back. You know what? I'll try for it. See what it does. I'm serious. I think the aero shell is what changed it. So I'll go back to a single rudder config. We'll see what it does. But, see, the thing is, you really don't want to screw with the aero shell too much at this point. So I'm not going to. I'm just going to leave it the way it was. Why not use the big shuttle fin? I don't think I need that, do you? How much mass is this thing? 400, yeah, no, I'm good. It does look cool, yeah. These T12 structural tubes are a lot, they're 33 kilos as opposed to 100. But these things have a really bad knack of making drag. Could you replace the air intakes with the ohms pods? Nah, that's not the intakes don't weigh anything, dude. They're 120 kilos at best. It's not that big of a deal. I don't like that. I don't want to take away from the thrust structure. That's a bad idea. Because we know that works. So gotta find other places to shave weight. The service bay. I can get rid of the service bay, and I could put the avionics up here if we wanted to. How much mass is the service bay? 100 kilos. And then we don't need, that way we don't need 2 struts. I can take that out. Thank you, T-Man. And we could move this down here to the bottom of the payload bay. Right? That will still occlude. Put it right here. Right? And then we had that kind of battery there before, which is 200. And then we could take more batteries, put them in 2x. Could the smaller hinges work? Thailand, it's possible, but I mean, how much power do those things have? I need these things to not get overwhelmed by aerodynamic forces. That's why I used that big monster hinge to do it. So those are batteries, yeah, right? We got to be careful. Can we add more fuel baguettes or something for the ohms underneath the payload bay, or will that mess up our aero? Well, underneath here will screw with the aerodynamics, because yeah, they'll be susceptible to it, right? How much does the inline battery weigh? 50 kilos, and those are... That's 5 kilos a pop. And that's 10. Wait, what? Yeah, 50, 10, and 5. Yeah, okay, no, that is right. This one's gonna go up into space, so it's gonna be a longer duration mission, you know? We're gonna have to... Oh, geez, we're gonna need fuel cells. Frick. So, where we're at right now is not enough. What happens if I put sparks on these things, just out of curiosity? That gives us 128, but at 0.08 TWR. 136 at 24 TWR. Okay. Yeah, Core, we could do some evaluation with it. And you know what we could do? We don't even need to replace the hinge, guys. I can scale this. I can change the power output on the hinge in here. And check this out. Watch the mass. Watch. Like here. Over here. If I move this down and make the hinge less powerful, it lowers the mass. See? Cool trick. So we ain't gonna make it into space here. Modern problems require modern solutions. Yep. Alright. Well, what is gonna get us enough? Nope. Thank you, Sneaky. Thank you, Sneaky. I'll just put those on top of each other. That's our payload bay. That's there. Maybe it really is time to replace the less thermally exposed part with flags. I won't be able to do that with the bigger one, Swishio. Yeah, I can't do that, man. Might want an FLT 800 under the payload bay. What if you overclock the engines and add more fuel? I mean... Still not enough, guys. Alright. Let's get an estimate here. Alright, here's what we'll do. Let me... Jack, I'm going to take a page out of your book, what you were doing. That's a good idea. I'm going to add fuel. Right? I'm going to keep adding fuel here until we hit the number that we want. And then we'll see how much fuel we need to add to this design. Okay? Well then. Really? Really? Like, really? All these have fuel in them, right? Let me just make sure. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, yeah. It's gotta be 3 tons. So get rid of that. Then go here. Really? Really? Oh, boy. That would do it. 3610 sea level would do it, especially if our ohms pulled from the main tank so we could just switch. Yeah, but Loopy... Where would we switch? How do we know when the right point to switch is? You know what I mean? That's why I like having dedicated tanks. Cyclo, I don't have the Rapier engine unlocked, man. I don't think, Loopy, based off of the other orbiter flight test, I do not, that's not going to get us anywhere close. Damn. Yeah, give or take, Sawyer. That was with nothing up here, though. This time I'm figuring in 3,500 kilos. Damn. How big do your body flaps really need to be? I do not want to screw with Aero, Hellfish. Yes, they need to be exactly the way that they are. I'm trying to avoid doing more aerodynamic testing. Remember? There's got to be something here where we can shave some mass somewhere. Somehow. Aero's too heavy right now. Yeah, you're very perceptive. But Barkwell, see, what you're failing to understand is that this is what makes the thing fly correctly. You want me to take all this stuff off? That's fine. And then the center of mass is over here somewhere. That ain't gonna fly very well. This is... The Aero shell isn't just there because it looks cool. And it does look cool. No, it's there to balance the design. So it flies right. So, kind of screwed in that regard. Remove it and rebalance. Yep, okay. Yep, no. Shave enough off her. Man, you guys. You don't freaking get it. You don't freaking get it. I'm not teaching right. I must not be teaching this right. Yeah. Suppose I could take these struts out of the design. And we could take the top docking port out because this thing isn't going to be lifted by the crane, right? We're not going to, we shouldn't have to use this docking port anymore. Are there struts for that thing? No, but we shouldn't have to use that. That's for towing, so we're going to need that. What happens if I filled these with fuel, just out of curiosity? Where does that get me? Alright, 36.75. Yeah, Loopy, we can. I'm just... So 5 tons is not going to work with this thing. We ain't going to get close with 5 tons. Another thing we could consider is a different fuel tank configuration. But I'm not sure what else we could put in here. I already stretched this design more because I didn't estimate right in the beginning. I'm not opposed to putting a fuel tank down here. Let's just see where that gets us. This might mess up a little bit of strut work here. But not as much as you might think. That's not how aerodynamic occlusion works in nuclear. You'd save some mass, but then my tanks would be susceptible to aero. Just because you place it inside of the fairing and then move it doesn't make it occlude. You don't understand how the occlusion works in KSP. The center of mass of the object needs to be inside of the fairing. If it's not going to work. This design is about as refined as you can get, which is annoying. $36.86. I want this to be about 4,000 Nulty. That way I know absolutely that it's going to make it. That's taking into account the fact that I might fly a crappy ascent profile, right? And if we throw the ohms back on, have some TWR to work with, Loop. Let's see. It said 3,600, right? That number didn't freaking change. That's really annoying. How is that pop? 276. What? Look at what Loopy said. What it did. Let me think. I might have to redesign the tanks. I mean, judging by those numbers that I saw by attaching fuel tanks, it does not look very good. 3609 and 274. 3380. You want me to do the Delta V out by hand? I mean, I don't think it is just space, but alright, fine. You want to... Yeah, we'll see it. So we're at sea level, right? 3617 at sea level. So 159,498. We'll just put 159.5 as our wet mass. What's the dry mass of the vehicle? I mean, Kerbal might be getting confused, dude. These Delta V readings might be off, but our orbiter, the suborbital test that we did, pretty much confirmed it, you know? So 45, 498. This is, oh, that mass fraction is terrible. Wow, that's horrible. All right. Let's take into account, so we're set to sea level, right? And we had, what was it, 3610? So let's go, what's the specific impulse? 295, I think. 295 times 9.81 log 159. Divided by 45.5. It's not lying. It's giving me 3620. It's not lying. It's right. Yeah, it's not. It ain't lying. Let's try it. We could try it with vacuum. So, what's the vacuum on the shuttle engines? 315 times 9.81. Natural log 159.5 divided by 45.5. 3876 is what it's showing in vacuum. What? Oh, okay. Yeah, Rocket Guy, the mass fraction's terrible because Kerbal. $38.62. Yep. So those numbers are right. Yeah, I had a feeling they were. What happened to the big SSTO? I got the big SSTO, not finalized combat, but I basically unlocked the tanks that I needed and showed that it could work. The thing about it is that it cost $500,000 to put it out. Another $100,000 to fuel the damn thing, and I don't even have the pad made for it. So I had an idea of taking this thing and getting this thing basically working as an orbital vehicle, right? And using it to grind out some commercial missions so I can get more money for the SSTO, but Polyus was supposed to boost itself into orbit, Phil, and it did the opposite of that. It boosted itself out of orbit and deorbited. I don't know, Loopy. I guess I have to force the issue. I don't really want to do that. Stupid idea. You said you weren't against considering SCRV. I wasn't against considering SCRV 3 weeks ago, RJ. Yeah. I'm not dude, starting over at this point, that's gonna... Yeah, we'd be screwed. Yeah, what everybody's saying in chat, Monk. It's coming. Wait, it's coming. Yeah, it's Arrow, but do you think if you could cut some of the front panels, it would even be enough? Alright, we could do another calculation here. I can see how much mass I need to get rid of. Let's say we got rid of 20 tons, alright? Just out of curiosity. So 295 specific impulse times 9.81, right? Log, let's say the vehicle weighs 30 tons. So that's 129, or no, we minus 15. So our dry mass is 30.5, and then 129.5. 129.5 divided by 30, 30.5. We would have to shave 15 tons of whatever off the design, guys. There's not even 15 tons of panels there, dudes. I hate to break it to you. There's not even 15 tons of panels. %, inert mass would do it to about 32 tons. I'm telling you, there isn't even... Here, even if I took the Arrow shell off, here, let me save. Make sure I don't hit that save button again. Is there a more efficient engine? The shuttle engine is the best at doing this, Ishiku. It's the best SSTO motor in the game by a long shot. It's better than the Aerospike. Yeah, seriously, you know why it's better than the Aerospike? The Aerospike might give you better specific impulse, and it might be a little bit lighter, but the thrust that this puts out is just too good. Bruins win game 3 in overtime. Nice, Ryan. There we go. You need of these 40 tons dry, so shaving 5 tons off of this design. Maybe I could shrink the rear fairings a little bit. Shrink the rear fairings so they still encompass the tank, but the shape is a lot thinner. Let's try that. The aft tanks are swappable. Here's the Bilobe Tank 3 design. How much of this is fairing? Save this. 5.9. We're at 5.954, right? It's not even enough. It's not even close. It's what was that? 600 kilos? It could work. I mean, it could work. Yeah, let's do it. Alright, ready? I'll redesign the tank. We could close up these tanks like this. And where's the center of mass on the dang tank? Let me use a cubic octag, and I'll put indicators on where the tanks are in the final design. And then we could design the fairing around that to save some mass. And then let me get another cubic octag here. See the game-winning goal for Marchand? I didn't. My rule with the Bruins is that I don't watch if I didn't watch the playoffs from the start of the first game, don't watch them. Because if I do, the only game I actually decided to turn it on and watch, they lost. They've won almost every game since, dude. Oh, man. Superstitious much? It's a Boston sports thing. You wouldn't understand. Smaller fairing plate. Yeah, sure. Why not? We're here. Might as well. I'm not sure what that's going to do with the aerodynamics, Bond, but we'll find out. Just barely. So we were at 5.94 and now we're at 5.24. So we've took a freaking, what is that? 700 kilos. So 1.4 tons across 2 tanks. Not bad. Okay, I need to make sure that this occludes. So let me go in here, display arrow. Okay, save. Now we need to go in here and I need to run the struts. Actually, it'd be better if we ran them in here, because then they would be occluded. See how hard it is to be additive? That's the big lesson that I learned from this thing. I should have done my homework a little bit more with estimating what the dry mass would have been. Then I could have made the SSDO a little bigger. Then the arrow shell wouldn't... The arrow shell wouldn't have been as... you know, we would have tested it right the first time. But, once again, that's hindsight. Hindsight's 20/20, right? Those struts need to be there to hold this whole thing together. I thought hindsight was 21 though. Yep. Hey, Rocket Guy, I think 4,000 is a good bet given the drag that this thing makes. I know it'll make it. We shot one up, the orbital flight test that we did before. had 3,800. It was 3,800 sea level, Delta V, and it made it to about 2,200. It was about 120 meters a second short. If I shoot for 4,000, I know that'll work, based off of my orbital flight test. Struts are actually quite heavy. I could just get rid of them. This thing might wobble around, but then again, sitting in its tray, it should be fine. Here's what we'll do. We'll find out. Let's do a test. Those two struts at the top are strutting these to the front of the fairing, and that's already attached to the front to the fairing. Let's see what happens here. Your ascent was abhorrent on that test flight as well. You could probably save 50 to 100 meters a second there. Auto struts do not have weight, no. Wait, what? Rocket guy? Auto struts don't have mass. You sure? That's correct, Nulty. I don't think those tanks are occluded. How much memory is Kerbal using? The load times are taking forever. Man, we are really getting into the end game here, aren't we, with this thing? Guys, I might have to redesign. I might have to redesign it. I might have to make another arrow shell. We just don't have enough. We don't have enough fuel. Shut up, Kem. I mean, fill these tanks up. How much does the arrow shell weigh? It's not even the panels all up at the front, guys. I just need more fuel. That's all. This is... So, like, here's where I'm at. The arrow shell's fine. This is not causing me many problems, to be honest with you. Nice stash. Thank you. Back here. I'll hit the save button. See, that's... On both sides, that's less than 2 tons right there. It's nothing. It really isn't costing me much. Because did you see the mass shift? It went from 163.4 to 161.2. So That's nothing. It's not causing me... Like, even if I took the arrow shell off, guys, that's what I'm trying to tell you. Even if I took the arrow shell off, I still think we don't have enough. I think I just screwed up when I did my initial engineering. I didn't do a mass factor correctly see, it's not a screw up though, because I didn't know. I didn't know what I needed. I didn't know what a good estimate was. We proved that the big boy can be made. It'll scale correctly and it'll have enough to get into space, but it costs $500,000 to put it out. I can't test it. I don't have enough money to test it. Look at how much money I have. 500,000. If I lose it, I'm done. I can't launch another one. You know? Hey, Linux. Thanks for the raid. Can we move the payload bay and put in one crew pod and more fuel? No, the payload bay is 500 kilograms and the crew pod is like 2 tons. No, that would make it worse. I hope you find a way to fix it, Cam. I'll figure something out. There's places where we can ring this design, and I just got to figure out where it is. That's all. I mean, somebody suggested replacing these. I could replace the ohms pods. That would give us... So these are 125 kilos a pop, right? We have 3 of them. So that's 375 kilos. Times that by 2. That's 600. We could redesign it. It's possible. No payload, only fuel. I don't even think that would do it, Pulse, to be honest with you. Just, you know, just do that. Oh. Actually, it might. It might, dude. Hey, Linux, thanks for the raid, man. Any space below the payload bay? Yeah, there's a little bit. That actually could get us there. How much fuel does that add? 400? But then again, like I said, I took the damn payload out. This thing will have a payload capacity similar to like Imahara. Wait, isn't that just the fuel amount of an FLT 800? 2 of those, 100, so that's 360, Loopy, yeah. But there's a problem, my dude. This is just... There's no payload now. 3915. We don't have any payload anymore. Can we drop 4 of the 6 air intakes and 2 structural fuselages around the engines? At this point, it wouldn't be a single part that gets us there. It all adds up. They're all proportional, Swishio, except for the Mark III tanks. Everything else is pretty much right, except for these Mark III tanks. Those Mark III tanks have a terrible mass fraction. Alright, here. Let's get rid of that. And let's take the fuel out. And Rocket Guy, let's start doing it. We'll start taking out pieces, bits and pieces. So take that off, take that off. Attach that right there. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. We'll work on the aft stinger here. I got it, Shady. Thank you. Okay, 3786, and I don't have fuel in here, right? But I need. Hang on, give me 1 second. What's a satellite that I have that I know can do a bunch of different things? The Mark III satellite is a very good satellite. You can use it for a bunch of different things. What's its mass? Its mass is 1.6. Okay, this satellite bus is really good at doing a lot of different things, and it has a ton of Delta V behind it. 1200 Delta V. So I could get it to go places if I needed to. Or we could, you know, attach it to something else and go. But out of LEO, out of low Kerbin orbit, 1200 is good for most commercial LEO insertion contracts. That's fine. Totally okay. That should be enough to get out to GEO and stuff. If we need it, and if I take parts off of it, it should be good. This thing's full mass is 1.6 tons, and it'll fit in the payload bay. So let me go back over here to prototype 11. Can we use lighter hinges? Yeah, let's just make the things that control the angle of attack on the vehicle weaker. Because that will, yeah, weaker control surfaces. Yeah, that's fine. That won't affect vehicle performance at all. Yeah, I can't do it, man. I might be able to just straight up replace these things with shuttle elevators, I guess. We could actually, see, I liked how this worked before because I could control the body flap, and then this works like a trim surface on top of it. How much mass is that? 15? How much mass is the one that I'm using? 8, yeah. I don't know. Do it, give in. You're not helping, man. Alright, 2 tons of payload. Let's figure for 2. I mean, I don't know what 2 tons is going to get me in terms of crew, like moving crew anywhere useful. Wait a minute. 746. Wait a minute. 91. So say that's 1 ton, right? And that right there, with 2 Kerbals in it, what would that be, like 1.2? How much mass is a Kerbal? Lawn chairs, you know you want to. I don't. I really don't. Let's just 50 to 80 kilograms. Let's say a Kerbal's 100 kilograms. Another gross estimate, overestimation. So 846, right? And then that one's 1.1. That equates out to about 2 tons. I'm shooting for 2 tons, guys. New plan. 2-ton payload. Let's put that in there. Close that out. That's 2.25. Let's see if we can get away with it. It's an overestimation, but you gotta remember they're wearing spacesuits, go suck. We're at 3689. I want to move these down here just because it looks better. Do your satellite can fit in only one payload bay? The SAT should... My Mark III SAT should be able to fit in here. If not, I can do a slight redesign. Depends on whether they're wearing scuba gear. Well, once again, 100 is a gross overestimation. So I'll shoot for 2.25 in the payload bay and call it a day. Alright. Rocket guy, the structural fuselage, not a fan, huh? So that's 200 kilos. What are we going to replace them? What are we going to replace them with? Because it's 100 a pop. Now I need new engine mounts. How did you do the back wall? It's flags, and yes, it does work better. These are half of that mass. So we'd look at taking 100 kilograms off. These don't have any damn surface attached, though. Small FLT 100 tanks. I don't want to do that, Kyron. Adding all a bunch of little small tanks, dude, is gonna make the fueling procedure stupid. It's gonna make it stupid complicated. And I know me. I'll miss something like that. I gotta make it idiot-proof, but it's not idiot-proof for you guys. It's idiot-proof for future EJ. You know? I need something that you can radial attach.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
That's 1 kilogram for the cubic octag, and we could do that and grandparents strut through it. That's actually not a bad idea. This will really save mass. Yeah, that'll really do it. And I still have a good place to mount the engines, and these things still look like they belong there. A nose cone loopy? That would give us a 25 kilo reduction. Or no, 50 kilos 50 kilo reduction. This gives us a 200. I just got to make sure that my center of lift is still pointing through that center of mass more or less. That's actually pretty dang good where they are. And if I grandparent strut these things, yeah, they should be okay. If we want, no, grandparent strutting, no. It gives us a good place to mount the thing, right? What's the target Delta V? Sea level Delta V I would want to be around 4,000. Just strut directly to the engine. Max Q, apply directly to the engine. You know what? Let's just go with that. We'll see what that does. See what it does. a smaller antenna. I need to be able to control it through re-entry just space. I did upgrade the communication systems. We could... I mean, we're saving 25 kilos at that point. Down from the HG55. For the power that offers, that I don't think we should. Alright, you know what? These tanks aren't clipping into anything, so... we'll fill them. That gives us a better shot. I'm gonna have to. I have to. And then we'll... yeah, close that up. Make sure that that's right. Okay. Party on, Garth. Party on, Wayne. What happens if I put a FLT 800 down here? You know what? I'll just, for everybody's eyes, I'll just put that there. What's the TWR? 1.15. What happens if we put two of them down there? 38. Do the antenna work through re-entry? If you have a good communications link bond, yeah, it should. $39.86 is close enough. What is that in just these tanks? $2.25. So 2,250. I swear. Why not use drop tanks like a fighter? Superbot, it's an SSTO. Single stage to orbit. Yeah, lowering the payload capacity by a ton. I had it at 3.5, now it's at 2.25. I shaved 1.25 tons off payload capacity and then started using these as fuel tanks. That's a good start. We're making good progress. We got the ohms pods out. Shaved a couple of Delta V there. I'm wondering, could I get rid of that? Oh no, I need that center panel. Damn. I could take that center panel at the expense of part count, right? That center panel is 75, right? Replace it with two of those and bring it down from 75 to 45 kilos with two of these this way. You know what? In fact, let's do that. I didn't think the flags went that far. They absolutely do. Yeah. So I'm just gonna... we're just gonna do that. Take these, move these out a little bit. Move them like that. Move this in here. There. That ain't going nowhere. It looks a little funky off the back though, but... you know, I don't even mind. I don't even mind that doing that. That's really not a problem. It looks a little weird in the back. Where else could we shave the design even more? Yeah, anything where we're dumping parts off of it, the only thing that should dump off of this thing is the payload. I should launch it in the exact configuration, or land it in the exact configuration that it launched in, minus payload. Guys, that's really where I'm at. What about this nose cone right here? Can we take parts off of that? What's the mass of one of those things? 75, and that one's 30. I mean, it wouldn't look as good. It really wouldn't look as good. 2.29. 2.29 times 2 is 4.6, and that's 4.57. Oh. Flat Mark II tank versus adapter, mass fraction, fuel capacity difference. The mass fraction is the same. Alright. This could screw up our center of lift. We'd have to be pretty cognizant of that, fellas. Yeah, Loopy, I'm only worried. Oh, I gotta take the fuel out. Let me just check what it did to the center of lift just to see. Can trim it. I could trim it out with the body flap if I need to. Yeah, I can trim it out. It looks a little stupid. I might just If I do that though, I'm gonna get rid of the grip pad. Because that's good enough to bridge that gap. It's on hold, Roblox, because it costs $500,000. Or at least that's what it's going to cost. So I got a big problem. Yeah, got a big problem. I need to get some cash, dude. So I'm pressing this thing back into service, and we're just trying to figure out ways that we can wring more Delta V out of this thing, so I could use it for commercial sat launching. Be a good idea. Get some missions under our belt. Get the pad for this thing figured out. Alright, Linux. Hey, thanks for the raid, man. Have a good night, okay? Where was that strut? Okay. That's correct, Cletus. The other one wouldn't have this. No. Alright, fill it back up with fuel.
Discovery, go at
Go
throttle
at
up.
throttle up. Who's that? Hokey gifted a sub to Linux. Thanks, Hokey. Just the incidents on the wings. I don't think it needs that much angle. Oh, man. I don't know how many times I need to tell you, Louiso, I don't want to mess with the arrow too much. Says I don't want to mess with the arrow. Suggests to mess with the arrow anyway. Yeah, freedom's on its way out, Loopy. I suppose we could order more to pad funds. I suppose. Really kind of depends on what happens, or on how far I am at the deadline, and chat chooses whether they want to continue this or not. Needs canards. Alright, you're getting timed out for that comment, Fun Sister. I know you're kidding, and I think it's funny, but also, no. 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 Can you imagine? Ugh. Ugh. God, I did, dude, it looks horrible. Like, even these, like, what would these even look like? It doesn't look bad, but it also ruins the reasons why everything else is here. Oh no! The F-15 had canards. Oh yeah? Is that why if you go in here and type F-15, why it shows a picture of a plane with no canards, Chief? Do you need to be timed out too? I don't see any canards on that, do you? Oh, but EJ, the F-15XL, the F-15XL, it has canards on it. It has canards. Yeah. They did it as a test, and they figured out that it was dumb. And they never did it again, and promptly parked this plane out in a field.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Yeah, they used it once, they thought it was terrible, and they went and parked it out in a field because it's a piece of junk, alright? They ruined a good F-15. God damn it. Yes! Canards. Yes! Eurofighter? But the Eurofighter was designed to have canards on it. It was designed for it, so it's okay. At least they gave it a good paint job. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. God damn it. Who was that? They made fun of it after they parked it. That's right. That's right, they did. It's a piece of junk. Alright. Hey, just got home. Why canards? I have you on audio only. Nev, chat's just being a piece of crap. I'm not putting canards on my craft. The only time I'd put canards on anything is if I intended to put canards on it from the start to achieve a certain result. This thing does not have canards on it because I didn't intend for it to have canards on it. And I'm not going to put canards on it to excuse the fact that it flies like dog crap. Good enough for the audio only, people? You're welcome. Call the F-15 a piece of junk. How dare you? Once again, RJ's listening to what you want to hear.
Here. The Eagle has landed.
Oh, what the hell? Stop doing that. Stop that. Stop this nonsense. Do it. No. 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 Absolutely not. You could tip 100 grand right now, and I still wouldn't put canards on it. Who wants to put their money where their mouth is? Yes, Ayel, that's right. If somebody tips $100,001, then I'll put canards on this thing. Worst bait in history. That's the idea, Pulse. If anybody's dumb enough to do that, I'll put canards on it. Absolutely. Hello, stock market. I'm waiting, chat. I have this mustache. Look at this mustache that I curated for you. I'm waiting. My mustache is waiting. Don't mess with the board? Do it then. You won't. I know you won't. Log into Tarkov? Yeah, Sneaky, that too. Just wait till Mr. Beast gets in here. He wouldn't give me money.
Listen,
That scared me.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
That scared me, I'm not gonna lie. 100,000 and done. Oh, 100,001. Do it. No. You're about 999,046 short. And 46 cents short. Yo, but my SU-33 and SU-27 are canards. Oh, geez. Let's look at the newest version of that plane. The SU-35, the newest variant. Oh, wait. It doesn't have that because it's trash. Like your opinions about aesthetics, Forge. Trash. Look at that. Sukhoi don't need no canards, just like women don't need no man. Sukhoi don't need no canards. It is an independent, strong airplane. It doesn't need your canards. Play this game all day, wimps. What's that weird thing pointing out the back? Parachute. Parachute for landing. It is stunning and brave, Kyron. Nah, Ivan. Lo siento. Dólares, por favor. No you. No Mason. No you. Goat them. Von Braun had canards on his space plane. Take it back. Nope. $5 grand to keep the canard conversation going, or else I'm stopping it right now. I will hold you hostage, chat. I don't care. So I took that personally. All right, where are we at? The SU-57 has canards. Nope. Nope. You don't get to continue this conversation, Chet. You're not special. Just get into the habit of taking the stream hostage. Yep. Yeah, I know, Sawyer. Yeah, great. Thank you for reminding me that I inhabit the same workspace as these folks. I really needed that. I really don't care. For what it's worth, I don't give a crap. I mean, what other place can you learn rocket science and see people hanging out in hot tubs? That's... right? It ain't got no nards on it. Where's its nards? Yeah, we got no nards up in here. No. Karate? Shoot, no. Lawrence, you ever have somebody come up to you and when your spacecraft isn't flying too well, anybody ever come up to you and say, maybe you should put canards on it? No. Shoot, no. No, I believe you get your butt kicked saying something like that, man. You get your ass kicked saying something like that. Everybody come up to and say, sounds like someone's got a case of the Mondays? No. I love how he's totally serious. No. Last. No, Sneaky. You're gonna talk about canards and it's gonna hurt my fifis. Legit question, do any American fighters have canards? No, because we know how to build good airplanes. What does CJ think about Molina triplanes? Yeah, those are kind of cool. Alright. This is getting us to 3843, guys. With the tank in there. Yes, the F-35 is a good airplane. Yeah, that's why everybody's copying it, huh? Because it's a piece of junk, right? What is that? What is the name of that plane? The... Oh, jeez. That looks like an F-15, and the Eurofighter decided to have a crappier kid. No, that's not the one I'm looking for. Gee, I wonder what that is. Let's go down here. Let's just take a look. Let's take a look here. This? Nope, not that one. It's not the J-20, it's not the J-16. That is Geo. Okay. Where is it? Where is it? I forget which plane it is. Is it the J-31? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. It's a terrible plane though, right? Okay. It needs canards. Oh, I will slap you, chat. Meh, needs canards. Why, chat? Should we wait until tonight? I don't want to embed a tank down there, but... Oh. XP-70 Valkyrie had canards, yeah, because it was designed to have canards to make up for the fact that it needed to be stable at subsonic speed, so it has canards to be able to take off from a runway. It was designed with them from the start. It doesn't need the canards when it's flying up at high altitude. What happened to the large prototype? Johnny, the large prototype is, well, large. I can make it. I can keep going with it. This is an approximation of all the stuff that I would need to make it work. I took all the parts and just stacked them out here. All the extra mass and all the payload, all the fuel tanks, the orbiter maneuvering system. It has plenty of Delta V. Look at the price tag, dude. That's about how much it would cost to put one of these out and fuel it. Look at how much money I have. Yeah, unforeseen circumstances there. So what I'm trying to do now is push the smaller one, make some modifications to get the smaller one into space, and go from there. Maybe replace the back Mark II part with a shorter rocket fuel fuselage and remove the two wings. It holds the same amount of fuel? It holds the same amount of fuel. Despite being a different shape. Alright. Louisa, what you just said had about as much effect on the engineering to this design as if you said, I like to shove tacos down my pants. Yeah. Just make a Skylon-based design that's cheaper. It will be... I'm sorry, I couldn't do a straight face. Tacos down your pants. Oh, I couldn't keep it going. Saying change the design up to a Skylon at this point is about as useful as saying, hey, have you tried shoving tacos down your pants? You have exotic hobbies? No, you have exotic hobbies. You're the taco pants stuffer, not me. You are the taco pants stuffer. You are the taco pants stuffer. You are the ones who are the pants stuffers. Let me go into prototype 10 over here for a second. So this was the design that we tested flying up into space, right? That was the design that we tested. Let me just see how much Delta V this thing has in this configuration. Soft or hard shell? I don't know. I didn't think about the analogy that much, man. What? What do you want? I don't understand. So this thing had 3808 and it didn't make it. It was about 100 meters a second short. What's the vacuum Delta V? 4066. Okay. Let's go to prototype 11. This has 3842. This will get us a little bit further with payload, for what it's worth. You really think the low TWR cost you a lot? I think it was just the frame rate from the pad core, if you really want my honest opinion, but... What's that, Bandit? Beefy crunchy into my pants goes my lunchy. Roddy, are you drunk? Yeah, I'm just gonna pretend I didn't see that, Bandit. How would you feel about this taco? Would overclocking help? A little bit, dude. Where's your yaw stabilization? Or does the cheese provide yaw stabilization? Oh my god, it needs a rudder, you dope! God damn it, you guys are not helping me right now. You're not helping! Oh my god. What happened to this? What happened to you guys? What happened? What happened here? Huh. $41.62. $38.97. This is your brain. This is your brain on canards. Any questions? Are there any aircraft without a rudder? The B-2. I'm trying to think if there's anywhere else we can save mass. Kulani, is that a stab at me? I don't know. I'm too tired to know at this point. Okay, where I'm at with this design, how much more fuel would I need to add to get our... I'll check. Give me a second. You want a dry mass number? $44,707 with payload. It's not good enough. Pray, it ain't good enough. It's not good enough, dude. Can I ride on a booster into space? Well, Johnny, I really intended for this to be a single stage to orbit. So, launch it. Goes up into space, deploys payload, comes back down, lands, so I can drag it right back to the runway. I really don't want to give it a booster. You know? Can you stretch the length? That's going to throw all the aero out of whack. I need to shave at least another 4.75 tons. Or add 19 tons of fuel. We could, Motorkid. I might be able to stretch it a little bit. This thing only needs to be just a little bit bigger. Basically, guys, if we went back and I designed a new arrow shell around another tank test. So this was designed around this, all right? It was designed around this piece of equipment right here. This is my original configuration for the tanks that I had. And the problem is I misjudged how much I thought the arrow shell would be. I didn't actually go and check, I guessed. And I guessed wrong. Yeah, is the end of that sentence. I guessed incorrectly. The entire design is based off of this. Yeah, Luizo, I don't really want to go messing with the arrow too much, dude. I've said this. You know? The body flaps need to be able to do this. They need to be able to flare like that. So... Dude, I don't really have a choice, do I? So if I had one of these, it'd be 50 kilos plus 150. So it's, wait, did I look at that right? 50 plus that. So that's 200 kilograms if I just put one of these here with a shuttle control surface attached to it. I'd have to deflect the shuttle control surfaces up, and that could screw with how I fly the thing. But we could also trim it out, and that would work. That would be replacing 100 kilos. Let's just round up to 200, and then the robotic piece, which is so 750. Let's just do it. I hope it doesn't screw the arrow too much. That's not what the real one does, Luizo, and I want it to work like the real one, to be honest with you. But, fellas, look. Alright. Let me just check. Let me check one thing, okay? Let me fill the fuel tanks back up. I want to see something. It would be nice if there was a fill all fuel tanks button. That'd be really useful. What's our TWR at? 1.17? How about fireworks instead? Ow, dude, jeez. Damn. Nice, Brian. It won't work. We need the gimbal to compensate. That can't work. Damn it. I gotta redesign. I have to. Yep. We gotta do it. I gotta redesign it. I'll make it better. What's tomorrow? Tomorrow's Friday. Then we have Saturday. And then it's 1 week left. I gotta redesign it. I have to. I have to redesign the tanks. And if I have to redesign the tanks to make them slightly bigger. So I need to make this just a little bit bigger. Like, maybe, like, if this is 100% scale, I needed to go like 105. 105 will do it. Just making the tanks just a little bit bigger all around will get me there. So I gotta redesign the tanks. And if I need to redesign the tanks and make them, this is already stretched to maximum capacity, guys. I gotta design around it. It's fine. It's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. The reason why it's not a bad thing is because if I do it and we redo the arrow shell, and one, I'll make the arrow shell better at this time again. Two, if I design this one to have ample delta V, when it scales up to the big one, it's going to have way more delta V. That's increased payload capacity. SSDOs benefit from scale. So, yeah, I have to redesign the tanks. We gotta redesign it. I have to. I, 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 1 Yeah, let's play with some tank designs. I've decided. See how complicated this gets? Let me go to my tank testing over here. Actually, before I do that, let's go in here and let's get the mass of the arrow shell before we go any further, okay? I want the mass of the arrow shell. So, I'm going to take prototype 11. Actually, screw that. Go to prototype 10. And I will add the components into this design that we had for a payload bay, right? Get rid of this. Right? Just add these in for the heck of it. Right? Right around there. And then I'm going to overwrite 11. It doesn't matter. Just keep this. Alright, so let's go in. We're going to prototype 10 here. And I need to get the mass of the arrow shell. Basically, I'm just going to take all the fuel tanks out of it. So let's just save it like that. Make sure these do not have any fuel in them. And go in here and... Bye-bye. 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 I know this isn't taking into account fairings and whatnot. And we won't take into account engines either. This has no fuel tanks in it, right? Oh, fuel tanks weren't in sim. There we go. This is just a hollow shell, right? Everything but the fuel tanks. We need to redesign around the fuel tanks. So, could you do a trilobe tank? That gets a little too clippy for my taste, RJ. But that would improve our mass fraction. But, yeah, I mean, I could. I don't really want to, though. Should keep the tweaks from 11. What did we change, Swishio? I found a good spot for the payload bay, and I put a bunch of tanks in there that I'm about to redesign anyway. Believe me, it's fine. I gotta rebuild the arrow shell anyway. It's fine. It really isn't a problem. I can do it in one stream, because I know the workflow to do it. I didn't know the workflow to get this done the first time. But we'll get it this time. It's not a problem. The structural fuselages are engine mounts. And then, speaking of that, I need to get this out here. And now we will figure 5 tons of payload here. That's 35. Let me just find something that's 5 tons. 5.06, right there. Banana. Okay. When I go and redesign the tanks, 32 is the magic number, give or take. I'll round up. Well, actually, this is pretty much rounding up. I'm going to shoot for 5 tons, Swishio. Actually, I mean, you know, that's the thing. I'm never going to fit 5 tons of anything in there, am I? Screw that. Screw that. I'm never going to fit 5 tons of anything in there. Let's find 2 points. Let's shoot for 2,500, right? That's just not right. There's no way. Like, I can't fit 5 tons unless I loaded this thing down with ore. You know, even if we're moving crew tanks, the crew tanks aren't even that much. I could put one of these in there and it's 2.4 tons, right? Like, it's not a big deal. .5 tons is what I'm aiming for. 30-ton dry mass. That's what we're looking for. Let's redesign some fuel tanks. This is LV5A1. Or just, I'll mark it as, yeah, A1 is fine. The average SAT contract calls for a 1 to 3 ton satellite. That's why I said figure 30 tons, right? So, let's think about this. Banana. Prey, are you here? What's 105% of the scale of the dry mass that I just had? Dumb question, but you couldn't use the fuel tank as engine mounts. I need a thrust structure, Shady, to transfer the force correctly. I don't want to have the engines directly pushing on the fuel tanks because then that makes the vehicle do this on the way up. The fuel tanks will go from like this to like that. I don't want that. I have to have an independent thrust structure if I want the vehicle to perform correctly. 31.25, is that based off of this number? Or is that based off of the dry mass calculations that you were doing before? No, I have your other dry mass recorded. Good man.
Discovery,
From
go at
just
throttle
now.
up.
Alright. Hey, Super. Well, would you look at that? 60 is a big number. Thanks, man. Yeah, Prey, that's what I'm thinking. I'm just trying to think of how much space I have here. Yeah, I know what you meant, dude. It's alright. How much fuel does this have? 725, 40, 270. $1,500. It has 1,500 fuel in this design. The other design that we had. $3,600. Why don't you just fill with fuel the entire shell as best you can? I want to do it with the least amount of tanks possible. Switch you up. Is that what I'm going to need, or is that what I'm going to need? I can't decide. Or I could just do that. That? Hang on a second, guys. Hang on a second. No. What I have right now, Falcon, is one of these, and then one of these at the top to tie the whole structure in together. I could put this at the top like this. I unlocked him, Fork, yeah. Ran into some other problems though, but... How much does this hold? So 1,400 times 3 plus 360. Or no, 1,440. 1,440 times 3 plus 360. This has an extra 1,000 units of liquid fuel. Now, Bilobe Tank 3 is the design that I have. That's the design that's in the vehicle right now. Oh. I mean, it is clipping the tanks much harder than previous, but here, we can do that. Just trying not to get too incredibly crazy with the clipping, but that's the only way to build this thing correctly. And what I try to do is make a fairing that will bridge the gap and kind of fill in this crevice up here to compensate for the volume that we've clipped the tanks into. But I think this is it. And would this fit in the current shell? Let me merge that tank one more time. So, MotoKit, this is what I have in there right now. I'm overwriting 11. Deal with it. Ah, screw it. I'll just make it 12. It doesn't matter. Let me push this back into position where I think it needs to be. Save this. Now go in here like this. Hey, Taradra, thanks for the raid. What's going on? What's going on, Taradra Raiders? How are you? I'm having some trouble getting this design figured out, dudes. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm starting to get tired. But, can move the payload bay up. It shouldn't make a difference. You guys know my buddy Taradra. Taradra is doing sim games. Taradra, you playing SnowRunner again today? I'm sorry, I wasn't lurking. I've been so tied up in trying to get this done, man. What's the problem? Just it's a long story, man. I went to build the big one. The big one, we figured out it can work. I ground out 5-meter tanks today to try and get it working. And I unlocked 5-meter tanks. We ground out a bunch of science. And then I realized that the big SSTO is about $500,000 to put it out on the runway. I only have $1 million right now, so I could literally only had enough for one flight test. I'm not doing that. That's not good. So what we decided to do was go back to the smaller one right now and try to wring as much Delta V out of its design as we possibly can, so we could do some contracts with it and get some missions under our belt. Yeah, no, Prey, it's no problem. And yeah, SSTOs are hard, man. Thing is, fellas, is that tank redesign is getting us what we want. Now I'm just curious to see what happens when we do this. 3905. Are they clipping into each other? They are. Pretty badly, actually. Looks like we chose the right funding, I guess. TWR is 1.03 in this design, the way that it is right now. How's your empty COM? I'm not sure. I'd have to check. Anyway, Taradra, how was your stream, dude? Oh, man. All rockets. Yep. That's right, Teague. It went well. Haven't disabled the truck in 2 whole streams. That's good, man. That's good. We're at 3905. 1.03 though. What happens if I added another engine? 3746. Okay. Get rid of those. 3848. Well, you... 16 hours. Nice, nice. Thought some of your mass savings on 11 were worthwhile. Not so, wasn't sure where you tossed them out. Nulty, yeah, I didn't. I didn't overwrite it. Here, I'll do those mass savings right now. Making money with a smaller prototype seems a little too ambitious for you. So, what's the alternative, El Hook? Launching the $500,000 one, and if it crashes, my program's basically screwed? Yeah, no, it's... I get it. I get it, but also, at the same time... Why not engineering mode? Engineering mode is banned. Taradra, I played this game enough to know what works and what doesn't. But that doesn't mean that I still shouldn't validate this stuff. It makes sure that it works correctly. Let's see where this gets us with 2 tons. 3914 at 1.09. I mean, the tanks are basically clipped into each other, guys. Those 2 tanks are basically on top of each other at this point. Okay, well, all right, here, fellas, I'm gonna get a good night's sleep. Okay, I'm gonna call it. I need to make it a little bit bigger. That could work, but now our TWR is terrible. The grav loss that will endure, it doesn't matter if it has 4,000 delta V. Launching at 1.09 TWR off the pad is no good. We gotta make the design bigger. We gotta figure in 30 tons of dry mass. I'll leave that as a note. Figure in 30. Let's just say 32 tons of dry mass before re-evaluation. Good. And then we'll go from there. It just needs to be a smidge bigger. So, I'm gonna try to get a good night's sleep tonight, fellas, and yeah. You gotta do it. We have to. At least nobody this time around can't say that I ain't giving it my all. I would have raided Taradra, but he just stopped. Anyway, I'm glad your stream went well, man. GTA races are on, yeah, Famous, that's right. Saturday nights is when we do GTA racing. Saturday night Eastern time. You know what? We haven't rated Haasworth in a little while. He's I changed his name to just Haas. Huh. We haven't seen what he's up to in a little while, but yeah, guys. Yeah, Nulty, you got to remember that a redesign isn't going to take 3 weeks this time around. I can redesign it in one stream for the most part. It really isn't a big deal. So barring any crazy space news tomorrow, we're going to hit this guns blazing again. Let me just check Rocket Launch.live. When's the next one? The next one is on Sunday. All right, we're good. So go see what Haas is up to, guys, and I'll talk to you. I'm going to try to get up as early as I can. I'll set the start time for 1, but I'm going to try to get up earlier. You have a shorter name? The whole thing's your name, huh?